And we're live. Hey guys. Welcome back to that 5%. I am Blossom.
I'm UD on YT. Welcome.
Welcome. How have you been? I don't remember the last time we did a live, to be honest.
I know I never it was probably just like a few days ago.
I don't. Oh, you know what? It was about the whole Santa May and
Oh
um.
yeah. You
hmm
know what's funny? Because I told you that I followed her and didn't realize that was her.
Oh,
And
you
then
follow her? When did you
yeah,
say
I
that?
didn't like that day that we were talking and texting CNMA,
hmm
and then she shows up
You know what? I remember you said that.
on my thing, and I didn't realize that was her. I followed,
hmm
and then somebody commented, because I don't advertise my TikTok, but somebody like left a comment on one of my videos. You should unfollow CNMA. I was like, who are you? I was on live. I'm
Mm.
unfollowing her
So
now.
you follow the popular people. I don't know. I'm not really like I'm on TikTok to like watch stuff if I need to. Oh, that TikTok you sent me was funny about Texans.
Yeah. But I don't follow the popular people. I just followed her because I just saw her body and she has my same body type.
hmm
So I don't know. I like following people who look like me or make me
Oh,
think of
that's right. You know
myself.
what? I'm
Hmm.
recalling that you said this. You did say
Yeah.
this.
Because
Hey,
I don't
Melissa.
know, like their outfits, and I'm like able to see, oh, how would that look on me kind of thing. But
hmm
anyway, I
Yeah,
unfollowed her now.
man. Man, that was the last. That was the last live. Sienna May. Ugh. But and other than that, everything is good.
Yeah, well, I really pushed it hard yesterday with my dance, so I did not go to practice today.
Hmm.
And yeah, just kind of chilling today.
I know. I'm trying to diet blueberries instead of what I really want. So we'll see how that goes. And water instead
Oh,
of
water's good.
um I don't know, I would be drinking something else other than water right now. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But man, today's topic is about depression. You know, there's been a lot of suicides lately. And I think no one ever cares about these people until they're gone, right? Like no
Mm.
one is ever and sometimes that's not always the case. Sometimes people will pretend that they're okay and everything's fine and you just don't know because they don't reach out. But a lot of suicides have been happening lately. It's
Hmm.
really sad.
Yeah, I knew about Cheslie. Ugh, I keep not
Mhm.
saying her name right.
It's okay.
Cheslie Kryst.
Yeah,
But I
Chesley.
did not know about Regina King's son.
Mhm.
Let me trying to read up like.
Let me pull it up. I have it up here. I just need to share the screen. So hold on. Uh, Jude. Oh, this one. Okay. Oh, Melissa says, I think people care. They just don't think it could ever happen to someone they know. Yeah, that's true. That is
Mm-hmm.
true. Mm-hmm. Okay. Chesley Crest. Christ?
I
Christ?
think it's Chris.
Christ. Okay. Chesley.
I cringe about turning 30. I relate.
I'm turning 30 this month.
I I relate to. I mean, I don't think they released her notes that she left, but
No, they
if
said
did they release her
no,
notes?
yeah, they said all she said was give everything to my mother, something along those lines, but she never explained
Mm.
anything. Mm-hmm.
Wow, but I know she is quoted as saying, so in case you don't know who this is Miss USA 2019. She's also a lawyer. She has her MBA. I mean, this is just a very accomplished woman, and she
Mm-hmm.
um went to the top of a building and jumped off and left a note for her mom, and that's it. And she was quoted as saying, because when she won Miss USA, she was 28 years old, which is the oldest in the organization's history. And she
Mm.
talked about how she just really thinks about that, like she's about to be 30, and the she felt like her time to leave her mark, to really leave her mark, is like ticking away. So that's why she's cringing at 30, because she felt like she hadn't done enough
Mhm.
in time. And I strongly relate to that feeling.
So you relate to just feeling like you haven't done enough in time?
Yeah, because if you think about like all the people that you actually have to learn about in school, like Leonardo da Vinci, Beethoven, Albert Einstein,
Mhm.
all these great scientists, philosophers, artists, all these people, they created their best, most impactful work usually by their late 20s, some of them early 30s. So if
Melissa,
you, huh?
I just want to say, Melissa said, just goes to show that the level of depression can happen to absolutely anyone. That is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, because a lot of people, and I really like talking about depression because, especially in the Black community, I always felt like there's this idea that depression is just when you feel bad because something bad happened, and that's
Mhm.
all depression is. But when you have chronic or clinical depression, nothing bad happened. You just don't actually like the fact that you're alive. Like, you
Mhm.
do not like that you're alive. So people can say, "Oh, but you're so smart, you're so beautiful, you have it all." And that literally doesn't matter. You don't care because you wish you weren't even here.
Mhm.
So like I really relate to her because I'm imagining what went through my mind when I was severely depressed, which this idea that if I don't even want to be here, if I feel like my life is useless, then I better make good use of it. And looking to examples of all the greats, well, all these great people, they by 27, by 28, by 31, people are like, "Oh, Jesus did his thing by 33 or whatever." There's always like these ages under 35, and you're just like, "So I need to get a move on, otherwise my life was useless."
I know. Like, no, I feel the same way. And now I find myself looking at different memes. Like, I'm turning 30, so I'm sitting there looking at the Kentucky Fried Chicken meme of how the guy started his business when he was
Oh,
like
yeah.
75, 73 or 75, some shit like that. And I'm like, okay, I have time.
Yeah, right, right, right.
I'm like, I have I mean,
Right?
I've already surpassed the Kim Kardashian made it at age 27. I've already surpassed that.
Right.
So I'm like, fuck, what do I do? And I have the Kentucky Fried Chicken, like, dude. So,
Dude, this
Melissa, although for the record, a lot of those people weren't appreciated in their own time, maybe they also felt unaccomplished.
yeah, maybe.
Mm.
And I feel like this day and age, if you already feel like that, because I was feeling like that before social media.
Mhm.
I just read books, so I'm reading in these books or
Mhm.
watching movies or those biopics and all that stuff. But like on social media, you see these super young people just living these amazing lifestyles, and you think, if you're an overachiever type like I was, you're just thinking, I'm doing something wrong. This person is 21 years old on a private jet.
Mhm.
I'm not. What am I doing wrong? And you
No, I do think social media definitely has a huge factor. Although it is extremely beneficial in many ways, TikTok, but it's also it has its disadvantages. Like, I don't
Mhm.
recall ever being so depressed. Like, I think when you see people's lives on Instagram, and yes, a lot of it is fake, but then some of it is real. These people genuinely have big homes, big mansions, etc. And even though it's proven that money doesn't buy happiness, um, it's really hard to be so upset. And we never used to have just our phones. We're so upset, and all of a sudden we see on our phones some celebrity living it up. You know what I mean? It's so
Mhm.
hard, and I think social media plays a huge factor in that. But mm,
Yeah.
man, and it's like, and another thing that's really hard is, what do you do when you're depressed, another person's going through a mental health issue as well? you have an argument of some kind, and like it's like you don't know. It's also kind of like mental health is the reason, not the excuse, but because I'm thinking of, you know how like when you argue with someone online and then they use like, well, I'm like, I don't know, I'm mentally ill, I have
Mm.
schizophrenia or whatever. And it's also like the sympathy too. Where is the line from I'm mad at you to, oh, you can't be mad at me because I'm going through this right now. I think that's also kind of,
Mhm.
it's a hard line because you don't know. Because some people use it for as an advantage or as, an excuse, and then some people are
Mhm.
genuinely going through it. So it's
Mhm.
so hard to separate the 2, but,
Yeah,
mm,
it's even weird for me to think about because I'm just trying to imagine like in what kind of scenario would you say, "Well, I'm depressed."
mhm.
Because I don't know,
I
because I'm just remembering when I had was so severely depressed,
Mhm.
if something like I couldn't you can't even talk about it. I don't know,
Right,
like
right.
you can barely even admit it to yourself, let alone like try to use it as an excuse. So that's I don't even know what to
Mhm,
think about that because
mhm.
I don't know.
Well, I'm not saying necessarily depressed. I don't know, like, you
Or
because
just
some
any
people.
mental health
Yeah,
issue.
well, some people act out too, like, you do things if you know
Mhm.
you're gonna, like, off yourself. I hate to say it like that, but, there's some cases where you hear, like, Tommy was acting, like, this way, erratically, etcetera, and then, he's gone. You hear and you just
Mm.
don't know. My thing is it's so hard to tell when someone is serious or not too. It's so hard because people use, their mental health, their depression, anxiety, etc. Like all of these are real things obviously, but you just sometimes people also use that as an excuse and it's so hard, but I just wish that because even I've gone through depression too, and the thing is no one's picking up the suicide hotline. Like no one when they're going through it, no one's like, "Hey,
Yeah,
oh, let
they
me just
don't.
call this
Because
1-800 number."
you don't even think anything will help.
Mhm.
So and so a lot of times I bet you well, I don't know the personal life of the people who knew Chesley, but I wouldn't
Mhm.
be surprised if they were just completely utterly shocked
Oh,
and you're
definitely.
just and they're just thinking, "Why? How? Everything was fine. Everything was great."
Mhm.
Because you hide it. A lot of times you just hide it because you feel like there's no point in telling anyone or doing anything because you really believe nothing will make
Mhm.
it better. So there's
Right.
no point in even putting extra effort to reach out or even say anything.
No, that's true. Like, that's true because it's like, what's the point, right? And the thing about depression too is that it can come on, you could be so happy, and then you're just like that, you're back being depressed again. And
Mhm.
it's so hard for someone to just be like, have you ever had anyone tell you when you're just so depressed, just like suck it up, just do
Oh
it, just
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean suck it up?
That's the way. Yeah.
Mhm. It's kind of like,
Yeah.
"You're
They
stronger than this." Like, and it's especially I was watching, okay, this is really bad. I was watching this Dave Chappelle thing. This is really bad. And, he made a joke about depression. And now comedy is a different thing, but, he was saying how, he met this dude. The joke was he, saw this dude and he was basically obviously he told the joke better, but he was basically working at the Nike store. He went into law school. He went into law school and his girlfriend cheated on him. He dropped out of law school, had to pay a whole bunch of money, was living back like I guess in the streets or in the hood. And whereas he goes, "This motherfucker's fine." I mean, he told the story way much more, and then whereas the guy who was like the chef or so committed suicide, and he was like, "And this brother, committed suicide and stuff." And it's like that stigma where black people we can handle like the harder things. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like he gave off
Mhm.
that, oh well, this person, he, did this and this and this, giving off that energy, like, black people can handle this. It's usually the white people who get depressed, and
Mhm.
sending that out there. And I was watching with my dad, and
Yeah.
my dad was like, blossom, blossom, it's a joke, he's joking, It's because I didn't even say anything. My dad just knew what I was thinking as I was watching it with him. But yeah.
No, but you're right. Like yeah, there is this idea that like if you hear a story of somebody who ended themselves, you're not expecting them to be black,
Mm-hmm.
and you're definitely not expecting them to be a black woman.
Mm-hmm.
And so that leads to this misconception that it's just something black people don't deal with.
Right.
And now I'm wondering if that's just like a survival tactic for all the different hardships
Mm-hmm.
black people had to face to survive, if like it's just this accepted thing that life is hard. That's just how it is. That's just how you will feel, and that's I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder. I know, like with my immigrant family, life really was hard. There was a civil war, there was famine, there was poverty, and so it's just like, you know, life
Mm-hmm.
sucks. I remember growing up, my mom, she really told me like on almost a daily basis, like life is just hard. That's just what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard.
So
Suck it
there's
up.
nothing else to talk about. Like there's no need to talk about how your feelings because
My
we need
mom,
to eat.
what's so sad is that my mom didn't even believe in depression until I had depression. My mom did not believe in it. She was
Wow.
one, yeah,
Mhm.
I'm like, how dumb are you? Like, I mean,
Same with my mom.
yeah, like
Yeah.
my mom did not believe in it. And I remember I was living in Missouri, and like, trigger warning, trigger warning. This isn't a polite story whatsoever. But I was living in Missouri, St. Joe, Missouri, and long story short, in the back of a Cheddar's parking lot, like I went through it with my boyfriend at the time. We weren't together, went through some horrible things, and I was just like, oh my gosh, like everything in my life was just falling apart. I thought I had everything together, and I didn't. I ordered, and mind you, I was also like 130 pounds, and I ordered, and so I wasn't really like
Mm.
eating really. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna order me a chocolate cake. I'm gonna eat that fucking cake. And then I also, before I did that, I went to Walmart. I bought bleach and trigger warning. I bought bleach and chloroform, and then when you mix the right amount, that creates bleach and acetone. When you mix that together, that creates chloroform, and when you mix it right. And I was like, this is how I'm going to end it, in the back of a
Oh
Cheddar's parking
wow.
lot. This is how I'm going to end it. So I go in the back of the parking lot. I have my chocolate cake. I'm listening to the Black Parade, and then I open up all the containers. The next thing I knew, my back was burning on the concrete ground, and oh, the firefighter, I feel like water all over my body, and I'm naked, and a firefighter's over me spraying like water and stuff everywhere. And I guess one of my managers like opened up the broke open my car window or whatever, pulled me out, and I was the talk of the town. Anyways, I ended up
Wow.
staying in like a hospital for some time, but that was crazy. And after that, I came back to New
Oh.
York, Connecticut streets. I did not want to be alive, and I heard it was like the best way to die. I didn't feel anything. And yeah, they just thought, they were like, what is she doing in her car? And I had like all these containers of chloroform. It was crazy. And then, oh yeah, and I have a mark from the defibrillator because they had to use the defibrillator.
Oh
It was absolutely
wow.
crazy. Yeah. So that's why I don't really like show like the part. Like, I'm always like wearing like a hoodie of some kind because I don't want to
Hmm.
show it. But yeah. And so it was a whole new thing. And now anytime like I deal with bullshit, I think, well, I was never depressed as that day ever again. So anytime like I go through anything, I'm like, it wasn't as bad as Missouri. You know, anytime I go through,
Wow.
even this weekend when I was going through with the cold, I was like, it wasn't bad as Missouri. You know, it's just like, that's how I always, I mean, it kind of sounds sad to compare it to that, but yeah. And like, that's when my mom
Wow.
was like, oh my God. Like, and
Mhm.
because even when I came home, as I came home during my older sister's wedding, and my mom, she describes it as like I was a ghost. She describes it
Mm.
because I never talked to anybody for like, I don't know, maybe 3 months or so. It's just like in the
Mm.
basement, like on the bed the whole time. It was crazy. It was the worst. I never even
Mm.
that's my mom was like, she believes in all like depression and all of that.
Mhm.
All of that.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. So you've actually attempted.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
I know, it
That's
wasn't for my manager, my Cheddar's manager, because I was working at Cheddar's at the time. And if it wasn't for the manager, because I was talking to this girl named Taylor, and I left a part out. I was talking to this girl named Taylor before on Instagram because she was very vocal about suicide, etc. And I was just like telling her I was thinking about it, but I wasn't sure. And she goes, "Oh, where are you at? Where are you at?" And I was like, "No, I'm not telling you anything." Blah blah blah. Taylor, she scoured everywhere to find me. She called everybody
oh.
everywhere. And then that's how
Wow.
the managers found me. They looked in the back of the parking lot
Oh.
twice. So I was like, yeah,
Oh.
mm-hmm,
That's
yeah,
good. Thank you,
I know.
Taylor.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was a hot mess. Mm-hmm.
Damn. But your mom not taking these kind of things seriously until
Mm-hmm.
someone she actually loved
I
went
know
through
that's the
it.
problem because I know my older sister went through it, and it's like it took for, and I always say this because I had a horrible relationship with my mother, and I always say this: it took until I literally was brought back to life. This is what I
Mm.
say to her, for you to for us to be. It's not funny. I mean, like back then, obviously, but now I always say it sometimes. I'm like, Mommy, I literally had to be brought back to life for us to have a good relationship. What does that
Mhm.
say? You know, it's
Like a
like it's
reminder of life.
like,
Wow.
and everything, our whole relationship and our whole everything changed. All of a sudden, like everything. Like I have 100% good relationship with my mom. There's nothing I can do or anything. And she's like super pissed. And it's sad because I think she's just like as long as she's alive, you know? And that's what I
Mhm.
think what it is. But
Mm.
hmm. Let me read some comments from Melissa. Oh, that sounds really rough, awesome. And I grew up. Oh, you grew up in Connecticut? You should you should have come to hang. I told my guidance counselor in middle school I wanted to do that once. Not sure if I meant it for real, but it was the reason I was put into therapy to address a lot of trauma I didn't know how to communicate as a seventh grader. So I always try to take people seriously when they threaten that, even if I'm unsure and they will follow through. Sometimes it's the only way you know to ask for help. That is true.
Mhm.
That is true.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will, even when people threaten it, maybe they're thinking about it. Maybe they threaten it,
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
it's crossed their mind. It's crossed
Mhm.
their mind. So, yeah, it's like I always take that stuff so seriously. Anytime anyone's like, oh, I'm thinking of, committing suicide, or, anytime everyone's like, oh, and I thought when you're depressed, that means you kill yourself. Like, I didn't even realize at the time there was like, sadly to say, different like stage. Just because you're
Levels.
depressed, yeah, just
Yeah.
because you're depressed, that doesn't mean you want to kill yourself. Whereas I
Mhm.
thought depressed means you're going to kill yourself. That's the
Mm.
only thing that I thought of what depressed
Mm.
was.
Well, because that was your experience
Mm,
with it.
mm,
Wow.
mm,
Yeah, my mom did not believe. What's so funny is my mom went from not believing mental health and psychology was a real thing to now having her PhD and getting her like specialty in mental health.
what?
So,
What?
yeah.
What? How the hell does that
Yeah.
happen? How does that happen?
Yeah, I remember when I was in school and I like took psychology for the first time, and I was telling my mom, like, Mom, you need to stop doing this and this and this, you're going to traumatize us, you know, you know, my brothers don't talk to you anymore because you do this and this and this. And in psychology, they said, and she was always like, just get out of here with that rubbish, or whatever. And then, and she would always keep asking, like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You're supposed to be smart, and why is everything such a struggle? Why is your room always messy? What's wrong with you? And like when I went to college, I was able to get a diagnosis. So I was telling her I have ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and she's like, she just, I don't know, she just didn't believe it. And when I told her I have depression, she just didn't believe it. And
Mm-hmm.
then when my father passed away, she started going to school,
Mm-hmm.
and she went literally from remedial math at the community college all the way up to PhD in nursing. And
Mm-hmm.
so as she was like getting her education and having to like go into the clinic, I mean, she had been doing nursing for a long time, but not, I don't know, I guess when she was younger, she just give them their medicine and didn't think about whatever else. But as she was going through her education and then
Mm-hmm.
seeing people in the clinical setting, she's like, wow, people, there's like actually mental problems with people.
Yeah.
And then so she decided to do the mental health because it if anybody in nursing is listening right now, get your nurse practitioner and do mental health. There's a lot of money in it.
Mm-hmm.
So she was, as she was like learning and sitting in on appointments and stuff, and seeing like people come in, even young people with schizophrenia and bipolar type 1, and
Mm-hmm.
all these different multiple issues, and titrating different medications, and they're talking about how it's affected their school, their if they're adults, their life. And she was just like, wow, so my daughter has been telling me this all this time. And so so now she's like, okay, now it's real.
Yeah, I feel like it definitely takes until people see it in order to believe it, which is sad. Oops, sorry, which is really sad. So, mm, I'm glad she's like seeing. Oh my gosh, mental health is real. I mean, now she's like has a profession in it. So,
Yeah.
mm.
Yeah.
Man, well, PhD. Um, and then there's Regina King's son. Let me see.
So what happened with Regina King's son? I guess I had been seeing Regina King, I guess, to pop up on my timeline, but I didn't know it was about her son.
Mm, yeah, let me pull up the screen. Hold on. Mm, okay, so Regina King's son, only son, Ian, dead at 26, takes his own life on birthday. I'm telling you,
Oh,
it's because
okay.
people feel like they haven't done what they wanted to do in that period of time, and they feel like they're no one, and you know what I mean? It's sad. Oh, let's see. Mm, I can only imagine when she's going. I can't imagine when she's going through.
Yeah, because here's the other thing. When it comes to Black celebrities and a death in their family, they always bring up Illuminati stuff.
What do you mean?
And girl, it annoys me so much. They always want to say something about, oh, they sacrificed so and so. Like Kanye West's mom died. Oh, Kanye sacrificed his mom for his career. Jennifer Hudson's brother passes in a car accident. Well, no, he did, Jennifer Hudson did it. She sacrificed him. They always, like, literally, if you Google right now and you type like Regina King,
Mm-hmm.
one of the first like finished things that pop up is sacrificed her own son.
Hmm. I
Girl,
don't get it.
you didn't know about these conspiracy theories? Oh my
No.
god.
No, let me see.
It just disgusts me. It's always the same thing. It's always the same. You sacrificed a loved one for, the Illuminati to give you more money and fame. It's always the same freaking conspiracy. Just as long as it's a black celebrity who
I don't.
had a loved one pass away, they do this sacrifice thing.
Well,
It's
my
very
my
annoying.
Google, I'm not doubting you. It's just that my Google search is showing me a whole different thing. It is not showing me.
That's good.
Mhm.
Mine, or maybe it's on YouTube that it came up.
Mhm.
But that's all. Anyway, we can continue reading the article. I just had to rant because
Mhm.
every time I'm like, y'all need to friggin' stop. But anyway.
Um, Regina said her family is devastated at the deepest. So basically, her publicist said, but Regina said her family is devastated at the deepest level by the loss of Ian. He is such a bright light who cared so deeply about the happiness of others. Our family asked for respectful consideration during the private time. Thank you. Yeah.
And that's all.
Ian once said of Regina, she's just a super mom. She doesn't really let bad work days or any. Okay, what does that have to do with him? When Regina turned 50 in 2021, Ian posted this on Instagram.
Mm.
And you know what? At the time when I saw this, um, because I didn't follow him, but I would like look on Regina King's stuff and things like that. And I remember seeing this, and I remember thinking, I feel bad. I remember thinking, oh my gosh, like, ugh, lucky you. You have like a mom. You have
Aw.
a mom is, I remember thinking how lucky and how it must be nice to never have to worry about money, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And now I just feel so bad for thinking that. I feel
Mm.
so bad. You never know what someone's going through, shit. Like, you really don't, and we say it, we know it, but it's just one of those things where you can't help it. You're scrolling through, this pops up on your explore page, and you're like, you know? And I
Mm-hmm.
feel so bad, you just don't know what people are going through. Hmm. Strawberry Pound Cake says, "My sister's a psychologist, but she's terrible. She victim blames, places diagnosis what? Places diagnosis on people without asking or having a session, and always tells me to get over myself. Others have it worse." Oh, I'm so sorry.
Ugh. Ugh.
Wow, your sister, whoa. I don't I don't know how
Ugh.
I don't wanna, speak horribly about your sister, but your sister doesn't sound like she needs to be a
I
psychologist.
know.
Mm, and
That
Melissa
reminds me
says,
of that nurse lady I told you about who was like trying to say, she was basically trying to say it's good to fat shame people because when you are fat, you're putting burden on other people, complaining about how at her job she has to lift to these heavy people and it's hurting her back and they get mad at her. And I said to her face, like, you need to not. And before she finished, she was like, that's why I'm, trying to become I'm going into pharmaceutical sales and I need to, I'm tired of this. And I was like, I'm so happy you're no longer going to be a nurse. You need to not be a nurse. You need to stay away from patients.
like, you can't get mad at someone
You
because of
can
their
you
weight. What the
cannot freaking
hell?
get mad that you chose to have a profession where you help sick people. God damn it.
Like I
But
told you, like with my patient, I literally it does take a good hour to like do everything, but not once am I once thinking, "Oh my gosh, this person, this," not once. I'm just literally thinking of doing my job. I'm not ever once bothered by my
exactly.
actual job. That's horrible. Yeah.
People who like use their job to feel entitled to basically be an asshole. I
Mhm.
hate that. It's so annoying.
Mm-mm.
Strawberry, I don't know how you, because I can't keep my mouth shut. If I met somebody like that, I would not be able to keep my mouth shut. I would write like a really bad Google review on their Google
Mhm.
thing. And,
Mhm.
oh, so annoying.
Mm-mm. Couldn't be me. Mm-mm. Like when I say that, I just mean, you know what? I think a lot of people do go into the medical field because of the money, though. I don't think a lot of people give a shit. If I'm being honest, I don't.
Yeah, yeah. I
I
think you
think
would
there's
be
a people
correct.
who do. Yeah, I do think there's people who do, especially in my field. I feel like there's a lot of people who really don't give a shit, but they're doing it because of the money, And so
Mm-hmm.
it's like, you know, mm. But anyways, um,
So now there's
hmm,
this Wikipedia page of list of, I guess, notable unalivements in the 21st century.
you said
And
you might as well just say
I know,
suicides
right?
because I
I'm
already
like,
said
we
it
might
like
as well
50
just see
times.
it.
Oh, did you know
Suicides
the
in
Breakfast Morning Club? The Breakfast Morning Club got us. Sorry, this is not the time for that. Sorry.
oh the break the oh they couldn't they like copyright claimed
Yeah, it's
that
fine.
little
It's
clip.
yeah.
Damn, they replied too, dude. Anyway, that's behind the scenes, 5% behind the scenes stuff. But I'm looking at this Stephanie Adams woman. This is another black
Do
woman
you want to
who
bring it up on the screen?
uh yeah, sure, I guess. Yeah, let me I'm like I'm reading it as I'm talking about it, but she just caught my eye because she's another young black woman who committed suicide.
Mhm.
Um she was a Playboy playmate, model, and an author. I don't know what book she wrote. Oh, now I see why she did it. Okay, she murdered her 7-year-old son. I
Oh,
feel like
whoa.
this was in the news. I don't remember that. She
Mhm. What?
pushed
What
her
do
son
we
out of the 25th story balcony before jumping herself.
Oh.
What? I need to off air read.
Oh my.
This is not this is a different issue.
Oh my.
Wow. Wow, but it still makes me think of, in the black community, mental health is so, I don't know why it's so ignored.
Well, I do
The
wanna say in general, I think mental health is ignored a lot
In
sometimes, like
general,
and you know what? It's this fakeness too. I do wanna state, and I am there you know what I don't like, especially on social media, how people are like, "Oh my gosh, like, mental health awareness, and then the next minute, they're like they're be while they saying that, they're also committing like horrible actions toward this person trying
mhm,
to cancel like this person did this person, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
I'm like, but aren't you guys like mental health advocates? You know, and it's I don't
mhm,
know. I just feel like people are fake, when they don't really give a shit about mental health.
mhm. The
Or
only
I
time I
think,
really hear mental health talked about, like, widespread is when there's some mass shooter,
mhm,
and to take the focus off of guns, they wanna talk about mental health, and I'm just like,
mhm,
"Yeah, right, you don't give a damn about mental health, and
right.
that's not gonna solve the problem anyway." But, yeah, whenever, there's, like, widespread mental health discussion, I do feel like, I don't know, yeah, I feel like it's not real, or it's just
Mhm.
whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like people don't even understand how to even talk about it.
I don't know. What I don't. Mm. I do. I think people who are going through it as far as like being depressed and stuff, yeah, like they don't know how to talk about it, etc. But I think when being confronted with, oh, when someone says, "Oh, I'm depressed," I think the first thing people are like, "Okay, well, have you seen a therapist? Do you need to go to the doctor? Do you need like to go to the hospital for a 72 watch?" Like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like people
Mm.
are more educated about it now because it's talked
Mhm.
more, but I still think that people who are depressed, like it's still hard to come out because that's part of the symptom. Like you don't want to be a bother to anyone because you feel like a nobody. You feel like a burden, and like it just. Melissa Brown, or they advocate for something they can identify with because they suffer from something or someone they know, but otherwise they aren't a concern. Hmm. Hmm. Man. What are we looking at now?
Oh, this was the Wikipedia page I pulled up, and it
Mhm.
reminded me of Etika, another black. I keep noting the black people because you're right, mental health in general is not, it's not just super super understood widely, but
Mhm.
I feel like in the black community, just because I am black, so that's what I see. I don't know what it's like in the other racial or ethnic communities, but in the black community, I don't know, there's this idea, this stigma, this notion that mental health is for white people. Like,
Mhm.
no, white people go see a therapist, not you.
Mhm.
There's a lot of things like that actually in the black community. Like, white people get to be rich, not you. White people buy life insurance, not you. White people live in this neighborhood, not you. I don't know. Like, I notice that a lot with other things, but including mental health, white people do that and take care of that and talk about mental health. We don't need it. We don't have to. It's not a problem for us, but it actually is because we're human beings.
Mhm.
So it
Yeah,
reminded me of mhm.
and since you have Attica up there real quick, I never understood real quick how people were blaming Keemstar for Attica's death because I've looked into this. And Attica's parents actually told Keemstar that they don't blame him for their death, And I just felt
Mhm.
like no matter what happened, once the family member of the individual was like, look, we don't blame you. It's not your fault. Leave it alone. Just leave it alone. I didn't like
Mhm.
how Ethan still went ahead and was like, no, Keemstar's to blame, Keemstar's. And I'm like, really? After the mom? Because then it goes to show
Mm.
what's really the agenda here. If
Yeah,
the agenda
just
is not,
it's just another screw you Keemstar moment.
yeah, the agenda wasn't Attica. Because you would have respected his family's wishes. The
Mhm.
agenda was, getting another score, another win, another W, you know? So, yeah, so that, I didn't like that. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. I definitely understand discussing Keemstar doesn't actually take mental health seriously. Here's the evidence for it, but the blaming him thing, because it wasn't just Ethan. I feel
Mhm.
like a lot of people were saying, like, basically implying or flat out saying that it's Keemstar's fault. But
Right, but after the parents came out, Ethan was like one of like the people who continued till this day. I think even when frenemies was going on, he was still talking about Attica.
yeah, yeah.
But
Um, yeah, it's really
mm,
sad. Melissa says, I also think it's important to remember that mental health treatment is unfortunately becoming a luxury these days, especially in the US. I get very annoyed with how mental health, like what it takes to afford and schedule a basic initial assessment so you can get medication. It
mhm.
feels like you need Herculean effort. And sometimes I'm like, really? This is
Mhm.
how difficult it is to get treatment? What if somebody is in psychosis? What if somebody has dementia? Like, what if
Mhm.
somebody is like just not mentally capable of going through all these hoops? It it yeah, I can curse here.
This
It really pisses me off.
Yeah, this reminds me of when people who are going through it, who feel like they have autism and, they have to pay to just find, like, you should never have to pay to find out if you have autism. You just shouldn't, in my opinion. I don't think if people think something is genuinely wrong with them, especially like a disability, you shouldn't have to pay for that. And it's sad that
Mm,
people have to, like, you know, save up, raise money just to find out, to fix themselves mentally, to be able to
yeah. It,
function.
yeah, and I'm like, yeah. Why not? Why shouldn't it be free? Because that just means if you can get that person treatment and capitalism makes the world go round, a treated person who's happy is now able to contribute to society. So why
Mhm.
would we why would we not want to make that as easy as possible to get help with?
Melissa says, I think as a culture, we want to think we've made more progress fighting the stigmas surrounding mental health than we actually have. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
agree
get
with
that.
that.
There's so many there's so many categories of mental health. And then there's once again the people who, use mental health for their own advantage, and just it's so hard because what America is scared of, let's be real, America is scared of everyone can just say they have a mental health illness, and America has no choice but to believe that person. And you know what I mean? Like, and that's what
Mm,
America's scared of. It's
mhm.
not, it's, and although mental health should be treated, it's equally, in my opinion, like as much as your physical health, 50%, 50%. Like, but I think America is just scared because everyone could be like, hey, I have severe depression and I have this, that, and they don't want like society to collapse. If I'm just being honest, I think that's what it is. I think that's why America, it doesn't, like, they say they do, we care about mental health, but they're not going to really, in my opinion, the bigger picture here, they're not gonna really like push it as much because it's a threat. I feel like, the like
Mm,
US views it as a huge threat. Now I'm on some other
mm,
fucking conspiracy, but you know what I mean? I feel like
mhm.
I
No, I
do.
feel like anything that is different than the status quo
Mhm.
is viewed as a threat. It's viewed as a, well, what if somebody takes advantage and oh, chaos?
Mhm.
So I know what you're saying because I think that's how they view a lot of things.
Mm. Oh, man. How do you deal with your depression, if you don't mind me asking?
I do treatment. I do this treatment. It's IV ketamine infusion. And so if you don't know what ketamine is, it's a
Mhm.
drug. There's like different uses for it.
Mm.
Okay, for induction and maintenance of an anesthesia. Um, like uh like sometimes they give it to kids to like knock them
Mhm.
out for surgery, a
Mhm.
sedative. A lot of vets use it. And then also people use it as a party drug. But now it's FDA approved. Yes, now it's even on Google. It's FDA approved. Oh, for
Nice.
anesthetic, but now it's also FDA approved for depression.
Mm.
Um, and so I do that. It's very expensive. Actually, tomorrow I need to call my new insurance to see if they can do anything. But it's very expensive, but very effective. Out of So if you take, there was a study done where they took people who tried at least three different types of regular antidepressant and then gave them this IV therapy. And like 90% of them saw improvements beyond what normal medication can do, which
Mhm.
that's like super effective. That's like, it's like 90% of the people who would tell you depression medication doesn't work, 90% of those people get better. So that's what I do. You have to do 6 sessions within 2 weeks when you first do it. And then after that, you get a booster whenever your symptoms start to return. So That's how I've been handling my depression for the since mid 2021. And I used to post videos about, oh, how Zoloft is doing or how Wellbutrin is doing,
Mhm.
and people are commenting like, how's it like now? And I'm like, you need to subscribe, because then you would know I stopped taking these medications a long time ago. And they'll be like, oh, why did you stop? Like, they don't work. At least for
Mhm.
me, they didn't work for me. So
I know. I feel like something and they need to tell you that off the bat. They really need to tell you that the first medication that they give you may not work. It may not work for you because then you just end up you're already depressed, right? So then you're gonna end up feeling, well, shit, this isn't working. I really because I was never told that, oh, this may not work. Because
mm,
I was like, I don't feel shit, like, you know,
mm,
so, I was on Prozac and then it wasn't working for me at all. Like it wasn't working. I was like, what is they were like, give it 3 months, give it 3 months. I gave it 3 months, but then now I'm on Lexapro and it works fine for me. So I
mm,
like Lexapro. But um,
I think
mhm,
Ethan's on Lexapro, right?
I don't
I don't
know.
remember.
I wasn't know. But yeah, Lexapro I think is more harder, works it's more stronger, I mean, that's what I
Yeah,
meant to say.
I've heard a lot of people say to get. I don't think I've ever tried Lexapro, but I've heard a lot of people say good things
Yeah,
about Lexapro.
Prozac isn't it for me.
But it's so daunting, because when you have depression and then you're told you have to get on this medication that can have
Mhm,
really nasty side effects,
mhm.
and you won't even know if it even works for at least 3 weeks. It's like it's so
It does, it sucks
dauntingly
because it has to be
annoying.
in your system, and
Yeah.
it does, so you feel like you're just I'm like, "Ugh, this is so stupid," because even when you get mad, you have to say to yourself during your depression, "Well, I have to wait 3 weeks because this hasn't kicked in yet," so you're still, like,
Mhm.
freaking just depressed for 3 weeks. It's annoying.
Yep. And then,
Mhm.
like, if the thing didn't even work, you're still you're still depressed.
Mhm.
So I
Mm.
hate that. Oh, Monica said, I used to work for a pain management clinic. They used a multidisciplinary approach to chronic pain patients that came in for ketamine treatments, went from being hollow husk to humans again. And yes, ketamine is also used for pain management,
Mm.
and it is really effective. I was watching this TikTok of this one lady. She has, I don't know, I don't remember the name of this illness where you are literally in pain 24/7.
What?
Yeah, there's
That
an
I'd rather not live.
yeah.
I'm
I
sorry.
think I
This
think
is a
it's called
podcast of this is
it's
an episode of suicide and stuff. I didn't really mean that,
but no,
but I'm
like
just
there's a they call it the suicide illness, because people,
um
like, yeah, people literally kill themselves
I'd like to
because
reiterate, I'm so sorry I said that. Like I didn't
well,
mean
no,
that.
you didn't know, but yeah, like that's how I need to actually find the real name of it, but yeah, people do, they call it
Being in
suicide.
pain all the time, that's like the worst human thing you could oh my
Yeah.
goodness. I don't even
Yep. Yep. And
I mean, what do
so
you say? How could you imagine what do you say to someone like that? What do you say to someone, "Oh, hey," like, you know what I mean? What do you say? Like, "I'm not in pain," and they're supposed to reach out to someone who's most likely 9 times out of 10, 9.99 times out of 10, they're not in pain, and so how is
Mhm.
that person supposed to help them? That
I
person
know, right?
that's gotta
Yeah.
be so horrible to live with. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's called
Mhm.
can I pronounce it? Trigeminal neurologia. I could probably say that better later on. But yeah, the suicide
Mm.
disease. And it's something wrong with your nervous system. And
Mhm.
she will smoke, she'll just be high, because weed can help with pain. And then I think once a week or every 2 weeks, she will go for ketamine. And she says during the ketamine treatment, it's like the only time of relief, the only time where
Mhm.
she feels like oh, is this what normal is? And then it lasts for like a day and then it starts to go
Oh,
back to normal. Oh my gosh, it makes me
oh
so
my
sad to think about.
gosh.
But yeah, so I'm like, if it works for her, it can work for anybody. So yeah, people with like back pain and all that other
Mhm.
stuff, um, it works for them too. Monica said the patients I saw every day were usually so cantankerous. They had no friends or family. The staff of the clinic I worked at became the people they saw the most. Oh.
Mhm.
Melissa says, unfortunately, a lot of people will say to them that they're imagining it or that it's psychosomatic. Having an invisible illness is hard enough as it is. Wow, that's horrible. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, you're just imagining it. I mean,
Mhm.
like with something like if you have IBS, if you have stomach issues, doctors will tell you that you're imagining it.
I
That just
know.
blows my mind. As a dietitian, I'm like, you've got to be out of your effing mind
I
to
know, they just
really
so
sit and tell a patient this pain
mhm.
that you're feeling is imaginary.
Right, like, doctors, like props to the doctors, but it's so annoying when they do things by protocol. Because I remember when, I had to get my gallbladder taken out, like, it was an emergency, and I would go in to the doctor, like, every single week, be like, "Hey, I have a tummy ache," and they would think because it was, like, the campus doctor, and they would think that I just wanted a note to get out of class, and I'm like, "No," like,
Mm,
I legitimately so then I went to another doctor for my insurance and didn't use campus, and they were like they would say the same thing, and I'm like, "Guys, something's really wrong," and then they finally did an ultrasound,
mm,
and this was, like, after I came back from spring break and everything. Long story short, I had to get my gallbladder. It was like emergency, so they had to transfer me from the urgent care to they had an ambulance come from the urgent care and bring me to the actual hospital, and I had to get my, gallbladder taken out. But it was like, really? I went through
wow.
all of that when it didn't have to be emergency, but
Dang.
they have these fucking protocols of like, why isn't it that when you go in and say you have a tummy problem that they don't just actually scan your fucking tummy to see if there's actually a problem? But no, that's a little bit too
Mhm,
much. It's too pricey. It's too this, but it's like literally. If someone comes in with
mhm,
a stomach problem, scan their fucking stomach. Like do whatever, you know what I mean? Like
mhm.
so yeah, but I forgot where that
Yeah.
came out of, but it came out of oh, doctors. I think I forgot you said something like doctors saying like everything is fine with stomach problems and stuff.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, like in yeah, like I'm guessing like the first time you go in with trigeminal neuralgia, the first time you go into the doctor, they'll say it's all in your head.
yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Like, and praise to the doctors out there because I feel like we're just shit talking on doctors right now. But
Well, yeah, 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 yeah.
man, um, Melissa says it took 3+ years of my life, trips to the Mayo Clinic, and a lot of tears. And what I now
Mhm.
feel like was gaslighting before I was diagnosed with a few autoimmune issues. Yes, ma'am.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
See, the healthcare issue just it really bothers me
Mhm.
because you need to get a second opinion because
Mhm.
you every doctor is different and has a different attitude
Mhm.
and you need to get a second opinion which costs money
Mhm.
which sometimes the insurance won't cover because you already went to the doctor.
Hmm.
It's very frustrating.
America should make, like Melissa said, they shouldn't make these necessities a luxury. You know, I
Yeah.
wish we could, but then I'm telling you, America's scared that that, they're gonna collapse if they really give us what we want. I mean, these are I would imagine these are the things they say in the White House that no one could ever know. Like,
Mm.
you know what I mean? Like, in order, guys, to keep our society afloat, we really can't give Americans all of what they need
I
because we
mean,
won't be
like,
afloat.
low key. I
Mhm.
sometimes I argue with my friends, like, I have a friend, he does not like thinking critically about capitalism, and I
Mhm.
would tell him, in order for this to work, it requires there be an underclass. It requires that there be a class of people who are the have-nots.
Mhm.
And he'll just be like, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. If you just work really hard, you can get to the top. I'm like, yeah, that's like one person at a time. So while
Mhm.
a couple of people are working really hard to the top, quote unquote, because working hard does not mean you're going anywhere. But while a couple are working their way to the top, there's still people who are in the underclass.
Mhm.
And he's like, no. I'm like, you're telling me there's a reality where every single person is like in the top?
Yeah.
No, like
I know, it never
it just
happens.
doesn't work. Math does not work that way.
I always like anytime I wanna achieve something, I always prey on, like, the lazy people. I'm like, "Thank you, lazy people, for" like YouTube, for instance, right? Like, not everyone can be Mr. Beast, right? So you always have to, like like, pray that this week, I hope there's a lot of, like, not consistent people, you know what I mean? People who are not consistent online,
Mhm.
people who maybe hopefully someone didn't like, for me, for instance, like, I haven't posted on my YouTube channel all last month. Okay. So
Mhm.
maybe someone out there was like, please let there be people who are not consistent so I can hit that algorithm. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's like
Yeah.
not everyone could be a Mr. Beast. That's just the way it is. But I do believe with hard work that anyone could get there. But I just
Mhm.
wanted to know like I don't know. I just wanted to has anyone ever I just want to ask like questions, just like like not too personal. And if it is, you can just tell me now. But I just want to know, has anyone ever like made you, like a person, individual has ever made you feel depressed?
Me personally, yeah.
Mhm.
That can be
Uh,
an issue too. The people that you're around, it may not be a good environment for you.
mhm. Melissa says actually it would probably be an even trade or less expensive to treat medical, including mental health issues, preventatively. Your
I
friend
think
doesn't
so. I
understand how
agree
it
with that.
works. Mhm. Mm, man. So this was a depressing video live. But
But it needs to be out there.
mhm.
It needs to, at least somebody will see, oh, there's Black women talking about like mental health,
Yeah.
like in the reality of it.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Um,
posted a video on my channel because I was trying to just glean more information about Chesley, to
mhm.
just understand her more and understand, what does she mean to people. And one of the comments made me so irritated. They were like, she's so beautiful, she had everything, what was wrong? Was there financial problems? Was there a bad breakup?
Mhm.
I was like, it's called clinical depression.
I I know people just can't believe that someone like pretty and has their life together, is an attorney, I mean, people just can't
Yeah,
believe
like
that.
I
Um,
feel like that's why. I mean, well, you're gonna when somebody is so accomplished, you're gonna talk about them like how they'll be
mhm,
missed and all of this. But
mhm,
I think another element of it is you just can't believe somebody smart, beautiful, accomplished would even consider something like that.
mhm, mhm. Oh, Monica said the only person who depresses me is me, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Yeah, I feel the same. Like, well, it depends on the day. It depends on the day, to be honest. But for the most part, it is me. For the most part, it's like, oh my, because I'm turning 30 this month, and I've been like so sad about turning 30. I'm
Oh.
like, it's just, I'm so sad about it. I don't feel like I really got, like, well, I did a lot of my 20s, but I just don't
Mhm.
feel like I'm where I wanted to be. And so I'm like,
I feel like we still have some expectations of ourselves. Yes, based on what we're seeing on social media, but also based on how people live their adulthood in like the 60s or something.
mhm,
Because in the 60s, it was also normal to like be graduating high school and like seriously planning your wedding
Mhm.
and like seriously planning your first child. That was normal back then. But
I
now,
know, yeah.
yeah, back then, not now.
Yeah.
Now if you like, can you imagine like a high schooler coming to you like, "Oh my gosh, my boyfriend, like when we get married,"
Mhm.
and if a high schooler came to you and said that, you're thinking, whatever, you're gonna break
Well,
up.
they do that in Ohio, though. They be doing that in Ohio.
Oh,
I
they
kid
do? Well, yeah, I'm sure there's still, yeah,
They
I'm
do
sure
that
there's
in
still
Ohio. I
places.
kid you not, like, I met so many freshmen. I remember I went to this frat party, in Portsmouth, Ohio, when I was 18, and I met so many freshmen, and all these girls had rings on their fingers. I'm like, "What the
Oh yeah. There's places I know like Brigham Young University. I because I love learning about cults. And
Mhm.
if somebody is from the Mormon religion, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if Mormons feel offended, but that
Mhm.
we all think they're a cult. But anyway, I was just looking at all these TikToks about Brigham Young University and how all the girls are already engaged. They're getting
Mhm.
married freshman year. If you're not married by sophomore year, it's like, come on, girl, find somebody, pick somebody.
Yeah, like
But I think for a lot of us, we
Mhm.
live an extended adolescence. So, like for a lot of us, the thought of being married and having children at age 20 is like, no way, I can't even take care of myself.
I
So,
know. And I just wish, like I wish the relationship that I had a few years ago was the one now. It was like I mean, I wish, like, now I'm ready for that stuff. Before I
mhm,
wasn't, and I was with people who they were ready and they're I just wasn't. I'm like, "No." And now, like,
mhm.
it would be nice to find someone, but I don't like anyone. And
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Like, I just don't like, I would like to find someone, but at the same time, I trust no one.
Mm.
I don't trust anyone, I don't it's I don't know. I would love nothing more than to have a kid. I don't necessarily need to be married. I don't mind being married, but I don't need to be. But I wouldn't
Mhm.
mind like settling down and having a kid and just like now I'm down for that life. But
Mm.
before I wasn't. I was not down for it, but I would need someone that will be able to know that I do this. I would
Mhm.
I don't want anyone to like make fun of me for doing YouTube. I
Mhm.
want like cuz I feel like people do like oh, I changed my Twitter name
Really?
to yeah, people make fun of me for like not getting enough likes or stuff. Like I
Oh
remember
my
no,
god.
over this weekend. Okay. So I had the Hello Leash thing
Mhm.
and over this and then before I kept saying, "Oh, I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not talking," because I ended up talking about it this week. And when I talk about it, that's what happens when I talk about it. Like it
Mhm.
explodes. But um, I changed my Twitter handle to I like my own tweets because
Mm.
because one clapback was have fun liking your own tweets. And I was just like, I was like, I don't mean to be this person, but I have an Instagram, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, "Ugh, she must really care about her followers. Da, 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 da." And I was just like, you know what, bitches? I just changed it to I like my own tweets. And so then I end up making a mug today because I love the whole artsy side to it. So I end up making like a little mug. I like my own tweets. And I don't know if I want to make like a sweatshirt yet, but that's gonna be like my birthday gift to myself is I'm gonna
Wait,
like do my
l
own.
let me ask you a question.
Hmm.
Can you bedazzle clothing?
But oh, bedazzle, no. Like the little no, I
Mhm.
don't like doing that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Sorry, I know what you mean. I know what you I don't like doing that. But,
I'm looking for somebody who likes bedazzling, so if that's you, make sure you leave a comment. I will
no,
pay
I like
you.
doing the artsy, like the digital, like I did the
Oh,
digital
yeah,
art
yeah, the digital.
for it's like kind of making I use the same thing I use to make the, like, thumbnails and stuff, like,
Mhm,
I'll, so I like my own tweets mug, so I think I'm gonna finish up I mean, it's really simple, but I'm gonna get that. I didn't order it yet, but I'm going to order it this week when I get paid. And yeah, I'm excited about it. And then I'm going to have
Mm.
my makeup
I
on and take a mug. I like my own tweets.
yeah.
It's going to
I
be
like my
awesome.
own stuff too. There's nothing wrong. If
I
you don't like it,
know.
how can you trust anybody else to like it? Yeah.
But I was getting I will say this, I did antagonize them a bit this weekend, but they deserved it. I'm sorry. Like, they deserved it. And I'm also talking about it because I'm sure there's like what they watch every Udoka, answer me this. How is it possible that I can post something on Twitter and with less than a minute they're able to know? They don't none of them follow me, but they're able but they attack, they all get in the
Oh,
group.
wow.
Like, how is it that I'm able to
So
post that
weird.
and none of them follow me whatsoever? I blocked all of them, but they like run an ops. I kid you not. They
Mhm.
look at my page no one talks about you. Dude, you just what was the screenshot in your Discord? You do talk about me. So it's like,
Yeah.
sorry, I can go on about that beef has been in my like from Sunday. I think it was
Mhm.
whenever I talked to
I
you
think it
about
was
it. When was
happening
that?
Sunday. Yeah, I was
It was
hoping over
Sunday?
the weekend.
Yeah, it was Sunday. And Alicia was supposed to come back on Twitter, not Twitter, YouTube today,
YouTube.
and she canceled that. hmm It's a sad situation. Mm.
Well, I mean, I'm indifferent to Hello Leash,
Mm.
so but
Mm.
what I will say is if she wants to come back, is her YouTube channel come back.
That's what I'm
You know.
saying. Like, don't let people kick you off, you know? Don't let, and a lot of people don't agree. Like, for me, I feel like everyone is at the, what I explained earlier about Law and Order, or use that analogy. I'm at the scene. Melissa, yeah, Birdie told me about that, boss. I'm sorry to hear about that. Has to be stressful. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like a lot of, what was I going to say? Oh, Law and Order. So I feel like I'm at the episode of Law and Order where Olivia Benson finds out that the victim was also the abuser, and I feel like
Mm,
everyone else is still at just focusing on the victim, where Olivia Benson finds the victim with iced tea, whereas I'm already on the scene where she realizes, oh, the victim was also the abuser. So
mm,
yeah. Um, you can't let people steal your joy. But it sucked because I would have loved to just go. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of like having people kick you off of your platform. I'm
mm.
not a huge fan of like having people scare you off because then Leash posted, you win, and I'm like,
And
no. It's like,
I mean,
no.
why you didn't have to say it like that. I
I
don't
know.
know.
She goes,
Yeah.
"You win with like with a medal and stuff." I'm like, "No, first off, I wouldn't
Yeah.
have announced to come back. I would have just come back. And two, I wouldn't even fixate on these. I would just talk about a different topic. I wouldn't even talk about, and it's sad because the world, a lot of people do, and I will die on this hill, man. A lot of people really truly are just like, these are the victims, these are the victims, these are the victims.
Mhm.
And I'm just like, I was on that train too until I saw the victims also be abusers. So it's like, and it's not that I don't feel sorry for the victims, but now I'm also feeling sorry for the people who they've abused as well. So I don't know.
Mm,
Because people start to take a little too much joy in that kind of thing, and it starts to feel bad all the way around.
mhm.
Yeah.
But I also, if you simply don't want to deal with it, I think that's fine too. It reminds me of this YouTuber named Ellis. Oh wait, let me Google her. What is her name? Ellis Nostalgia Chick. I don't know if you know who she is.
Mm-mm.
Lindsay Ellis. So she used to make YouTube videos and they were video essays and she would dissect media like from like an intellectual feminist perspective. Like, she made a video called I Apologize, Stephanie Meyer, because, like, when Twilight came out,
Yeah.
people were making fun of it. Oh, that's for dumb little girls.
Okay, well,
Oh,
no, I
these
don't know that
queer
because I was at the movie theater watching it.
girl.
So.
Even you didn't know that people were making fun of Twilight. You
Okay,
did
I
not
do know they were
know.
making fun of like the saturation, the color, it being blue, the first one, but yeah.
They're making fun of all of it. The fact that they're vampires, everything, everything about Twilight.
No, I didn't. I was a fan. Still
Damn.
am.
Well, you know what? You. That's good though, because then those people didn't get a chance to steal your joy. So that's good.
No, they didn't. I don't even care what people said about Twilight. Sure, my
But
mom didn't watch that with me, so I don't care. I don't care.
but I think Lindsay Ellis is just one of those people who are like, it's not even good writing. So she made one of her popular video essays is "I'm Sorry," and she's like showing how she just breaks things down in a really interesting, intellectual, and entertaining way. So she got called out, not even called out. I think it was dumb. She said, the movie Raya, The Last Dragon, something like that. Disney, Pixar. It's like about an Asian and their last dragon, Raya, The Last Dragon.
No.
You're not into Disney, huh?
I am. I just don't know that. I am. I love
You're not
Disney.
into new Disney.
New Disney, though.
Like the new movies that came out, like Encanto and.
Okay, I do know Encanto. I had planned on watching it.
But before, so the movie that came out that's popular before Encanto was Raya the Last Dragon, I think. Lord, my timeline. But anyway, she was saying how it's not too original because it's copying The Last Airbender. Which, are you familiar with that show, The Last Airbender?
I heard of it.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus.
Hey, they're having a new Proud Family on Disney Plus. Yay!
Girl, I was watching the trailer of the Proud Family. I need to watch it. It's out now. But I was watching the trailer and they're literally screaming into the I'm like, they were not kidding when they advertised it as louder and prouder. They were screaming.
I know.
Like, y'all don't need to
but sometimes I'm thinking they put a stigma on Black people. Like, Black
I was reading the comments and somebody was like, I know Kyla Pratt hasn't done voice acting in a while, but they really needed to move the mic away from her face. Because Oscar is always yelling, screaming. Okay, so I'm like, okay, Oscar, but everybody else didn't need to be screaming. But anyway, so the Last Airbender is a super successful cartoon. I think it came out in the 2000s, and it does. You can tell it like the characters are Asian or Pacific Islanders or something like that. So anyway, she was just saying that Raya, The Last Dragon, is too much like that one. And so then people are like, wow, you're racist. You're trying to say all Asian movies and cartoons are the same. You're trying to say all Asian inspired media is the same. They're not the same. I don't know, some BS like that. So they were trying to cancel her. And so, yeah, they're trying to cancel her for that. Like, which I'm like, that's not, I'm sorry. Nobody has been able to convince me. I even tried to watch the haters' YouTube videos explaining what was wrong, like what's wrong with it. And they can't even explain what's wrong with it. They start talking about other things of, I didn't like that one time she said, So they're trying to cancel her, and then she tried to come back. She made like a response video, and I was like, yay, okay, come back. But then like last month she said, I'm done. I don't want to put up with it. Don't tell me to be stronger. Don't tell me to suck it up. I do not want to deal with it. I'm closing my company. I have 8 employees. I'm going to, give them their little package and help them, make sure they have their health insurance and stuff like that. And I'm deuces. So she is somebody. And then I saw YouTubers be like, don't let them run you off, just block them, just ignore them. But I'm like, she has a real life, outside of the computer. She just, like, I understand if you just do not even want to fathom it, think about it. You don't want to open your phone and fear that you're going to see some stupid hate thing. I get
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I get it too. I just think I feel like everyone needs a class before they go on social media. Like, you're gonna get hate comments. You're gonna get people who don't like you. You're gonna get the rudest hate comment known to man. And it sucks, but it's a part of it. It's every job has its good and its bad, and this is the bad part about it.
Yeah.
Like
But she's been on the internet for, I want to say, 20 years. She's been posting videos for 20 years. And that includes back when the internet was incredibly misogynistic. And like a woman even saying the word feminine, patriarch, you're gonna get all this hate. So I mean, she's a veteran when it comes to making your money online using your brain. But this one, this cancellation, I guess, is just too much for her. Didn't want to deal with it.
Really? Huh. I can get that because
Like I
mental
said,
health
it's still
comes into place.
misogynistic. I know it's still, but at least now people try to pretend like at least they try to pretend. But
I don't know.
yeah, that's what Hello Leash is reminding me of.
I just wish you could just ignore the people. Like, I hate the fact that people are stopping her from coming back. Like, these people will, if she posts on Instagram, these people will be like, okay, she just posted now, 5 seconds ago. Let's all attack. These people, they claim that they just want her to stop talking about them. That's what they claim. That's all they want. But then I've witnessed them on like numerous occasions see someone tweet something and they all cattle up together and go, let's attack. Like, I've seen it, and it's like, let's be real. This is somewhat entertainment value to you now.
Yeah.
I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen it. So for them to sit there and just be like, oh, we just wanted her to stop, then why do you guys attack Skip's Twitter? I mean, come on, I can come. Like, I can come for, like, it's ridiculous. I've seen the behind the scenes. It ain't so pretty. They're not so pretty. It's behind the scenes sometimes. And I'll admit, although what I did antagonizing them, because they're full, because I know we were discussing, I know you don't agree with like what I'm saying, but like, even every single argument, I've just been using their arguments, but they don't like it. Like, even when we were talking about how, sometimes like with the whole Mama Max video, how he needed like a huge like cry and people getting excited, etc. He needed a huge what's the word I'm looking for? Like a huge, like, he needed people to be upset. He needed people to, because that was the only way YouTube was going to listen, right? And okay, so if even if their argument is we're going to do everything, we're going to do this, that, and the other to get her upset, we're going to do this, that, and the other, well, fine. Why can't then I have some, which I did cause chaos in their world over the weekend? Why can't I cause some chaos? Why can't I antagonize? Because I even got messages, you shouldn't have antagonized them. You should. And I'm like, well, why can they?
Because
have
especially
chaos?
because you're not even the person. You're not even the person they're supposed to be mad at.
Right.
So
no, but
it's
I'm saying,
not
why
like you need to be respectable towards them now that they're attacking you. You didn't even do anything.
And that's what I'm trying. And Melissa, I believe with you. I told Alicia this weekend I did not agree. Also, I say it all the time. There's nothing new I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, like, the argument of chaos, like, if they're gonna attack her, stalk her, bully her, harass her, because they are reacting, then fine. Why can't I cause chaos to show my point too? Like, all of their points, their whole argument, Udoka, was that the reason why they can respond to Alicia, because even if she's behind a paywall a paywall, even if it's a private thing on Patreon, the reason why they can respond is because even though she didn't say their name out loud, they know that she's talking about them, so they have every right to respond. That was their argument, right? Because they were receiving screenshots. That's what their argument was in that Xylee Live. Now I've been hearing things and all that stuff from November, from when, by the way, I left the server mid conversation because I realized these victims were bullies. So don't let's not get it twisted with anyone. I left because I said they were bullies. So that's why I chose to leave. And why can't, so the same thing just happened. I was getting sent the stuff, right, of from November, of screenshots of them making fun of screenshots, etc., right? So why can't then I react to that? All of a sudden, you need to be quiet because you need to follow the rules of the Discord. Well, you guys weren't following the rules of Alicia's Patreon. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I was sent screenshots from your Discord about me. So don't I have the right to respond? And then on top of that, they even lied. This girl, Sarah, lied and was like, we never talk about you. Just a few days ago, they took a screenshot of me saying, welcome back, hello, Leash, and they put it on the Discord and they were all like, they hate me, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, I'm like, please, I'm not making this up. Why would I say you guys are I'm not making it up. If I'm talking about it, it's because I have a reason. I'm not just making shit up. So,
yeah.
anyways, so, it's like I'm trying to play on their level and they still don't get it. And then all of a sudden you see people in the group, I have a lot of anxiety. And all of a sudden now, when we were talking about earlier about like mental health and suicide and stuff, all of a sudden it's like, where was this concern for the person who you were also giving maybe anxiety, giving all of this stuff? Where was that concern? But now, we're expected to care about your anxiety. We're expected to care about your mental health and your well-being. But where is, you know what I mean? It's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. So I was on that same train. I admit what Alicia did was wrong. I said it to her again this week, and what she did was wrong. Okay, but they want you to carry a torch. They want you to just carry a torch permanently. I mean, like, and that's the problem with them. Like I've watched, and then they claim, and just back to this point real quick, if the real thing was just to get her to stop talking about them, then they wouldn't be attacking other people on Twitter who have a different opinion that doesn't align with theirs. What they're really pissed about, guys, is that I was able to witness that, and they're upset about it. That I actually left the server, I was able to witness it, and that's why. They say that I'm doing this for clout. For what? Leisha's losing subs by the minute. What clout? What clout am I getting from this? Like, have you seen my YouTube channel? What clout? They're just pissed off because they don't want to look in the mirror and realize that the same person who they hate, they're becoming. And that's the problem. And I really want people, I believe Leash content was cringy. I believe every single thing they're saying. I believe that. But they just think that there's no way that I could still believe that and still believe that they're also.
Yeah, I noticed that with some people too. Like, I noticed some people can't understand how you can, I don't know, have your own brain. I don't know how to describe it.
Like, in that Discord, you were never really allowed. Like, it's crazy because I was respecting their privacy for what? They don't seem to respect Alicia's privacy. So why should, if I'm going by their logic, like they're having a ball, and it took for me. And then you keep in mind, Sarah deleted her tweets and then was like, well, I didn't delete my tweets because no, you deleted them because you said that you didn't talk about me. And then I had to point out I had to call out specific people. I don't think they believed that I saw what they said. So then I had to call out specific people in that Discord. Terry said this. I had to say, I said that. And then they're like, oh shit. So they was like, yeah, I saw it. And so, they lied. And it's like, so even when like, I'm sorry guys, even with all the I love yous and the smiles and mental health, No, these people are also not that great as well. And I did apologize to them for antagonizing them over the weekend with, oh, I'm going to show screenshots and whatever. But I genuinely was just giving them a taste of their own medicine because they don't understand that they're arguing this, but realize that I can do the same thing up to their logic, you know? So, because I don't believe what I did was right. I don't believe I should have been sharing that. But they pissed me off this weekend. And I'm like, going down to their logic here. Okay. So they just don't like.
I don't think what you did was wrong. Sure, I will call you out. Terry, you said what you said. I don't think it's wrong, but that's just me.
Like, I'm just, like, I don't, like, oh, and then Sarah's like, Blossom's not a good person. Like, yeah, you're not a good person either. It's no, because they're just mad because I saw them do all this crazy shit and they think I'm gonna, like, and I'm like, shouldn't that give you a red flag that you guys are so afraid? All I had to say was, oh, I'm gonna, like, show the screenshots or whatever. Like, no, I had zero intentions. That's not what it is. I deleted them. I don't have any screenshots on my phone or anything like that. That wasn't the point. The point was, if you're gonna attack Alicia, even, by the way, guys, they even went through her Instagram and and some of them contacted or got messaged, like, her personal friends in her Instagram.
Dang.
And yeah, they did all this crazy shit in the Discord. All in the Discords, I would see. I respected their privacy, but clearly I'm going to be down to their level at this point because, they don't get it. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. And the thing is, I generally felt like I don't believe in this, but I saw the shit they said from November, guys, all the way up until today, they still talk, talk about me in the Discord. So it's like, it doesn't, like, and according to their logic, if I have stuff being sent to me, why can't I talk about it? So,
yeah. Dang. Yeah.
Yep. Monica, it's the Mean Girls mentality. You have to wear pink on Wednesday. If you wear the same thing twice in a week, you can't sit with us. Yeah, like they put on, like, a face and they act like they care and they say I'm the evil villain and blah 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 blah. But.
Yeah, and, like, I'm sure. Well, I don't know what they're saying to Hilla Leash, but, like, in Lindsay Ellis's case, she knew that's what they're doing because they were doing the same thing to her, but it still can't take it, even if you know, oh, it's BS, it still can affect you. So,
and I was watching, Smokey Glow came out with the video like a day or two ago, and I was like, oh no. She actually reached out, talked to the mods, and completely was on their side. And I'm like, I really wish she would read, like, what they write in that Discord.
Well, yeah, girl, everybody's gonna be on the mod side if nobody's showing those screenshots. So, I mean, that's what I said, like, the first time I was trying to wrap my head around this. Nobody's showing screenshots of the antagonizing on the other side. So, yeah, everybody's just, you're only hearing their side, so you're going to sympathize with them. So that's just how it is.
Well, I wish people who left the server would stand up and say something, but they're like,
people scared. People some
I know
bitches.
people are scared. I'm like, what? But I guess I mean, it was a lot of hate that I was receiving, but this was like round 2 for me, so it was fine. Round 1 was rough. So it was fine. It was straight up a lot of hate, but, like, they even went back to, like, I already told you about what they said about Gabby Hanna, etc. Like, it was a lot of hate. Even no, never mind, because Melissa says, I liked how Smokey Glow handled it, though. The part she said about it wanting to punch down too much. Where did she say that? Maybe I was too mad or something. I don't know. Maybe I was out of it. But I gotta watch it again then.
Yeah, I haven't watched it at all.
Well, no, it's on her podcast with her husband, so it's not on her main channel. Yeah, but I'm telling you, one day people will talk there. One day they're going to realize, someone's going to come out. I hope so, because I respected it at the time. So I never once took like a screenshot. There was just stuff sent to me about me, not about what they did to Hello Leash, about me.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope, because they're not. I like. So yeah, but that was that, man. I mean, I will say this too. I will say, when they all started attacking me, Sarah did say, hey guys, in the Discord, like when it all went down before I left, Sarah did try to stop it and say, hey guys, like, remember the rules here, blah, 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 blah. But the reason why I came for Sarah is because she saw them, plotting to attack Leash at this time, plotting, let's attack at this time, plotting. It's her server, so that's why I attacked her. So she's viewing it as, oh well, Blossom's lying, because her last initial action to me was saying, hey guys, calm down, like, but no, it's your server, you created this. So I mean, when you see people plotting to attack people online on social media, when you see people saying, oh, Alicia just posted 1 second ago, let's attack, when you see people do all of this stuff, get personal with her friends that she knows in real life and try to contact them, then maybe you should probably step in. I'm so tired. Like, I'm not. So the smiles, the I love yous and the all that stuff behind all that, no. Melissa said, yeah, she said she decided against it because it would feel like punching down. Oh, and at that point, I do recall her saying that. And at that point, all the mods had their chance to speak, so it wasn't necessary to pile on. That is true. And what is also another huge problem is that Alicia was like, not Alicia, Smoky Glow was saying that she's glad that these mods have a support system. And from me looking at both sides, I think it actually made it worse for them to have. I think they need a support system, but not each other. I think they need their own, like, support system with, like, a therapist, or their own support system with, like, a family member, a friend. I don't think they should be their own support system, because what's happening is that it's creating like this hate mob of attack. And if you try to even tell these people that what they're doing is wrong, they will attack because you don't align with their opinions.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Telling you, it's a group think thing. It's a group think. Like, they don't want.
Yeah, because Smoky Glow doesn't know all what they're doing. So because if I didn't know what they're doing, I'm just thinking, you need a place to vent. So, I'm glad that you can vent with each other and blah blah blah, but so that's how she's probably seeing it.
Yeah. What are you doing?
I'm testing out some makeup.
Sorry, I also been talking to her about this weekend, so she's probably like bored of hearing me talk about it. But
well, the only thing for me is I just need one of these video essay YouTubers to make, like Bo Blacks or somebody, to make a nice comprehensive video with screenshots and everything, so I can see what the hell's going on. Because all I know is that Hello Leash should have paid her mods and people are mad. And that's pretty much all that I know. And I don't have much of an opinion on Hello Leash. The only thing I know of her was when she used to talk about, and apparently she continues talking about it, but back when she first was talking to Gabby Hanna on the phone, that situation, that's the only time I actually like paid attention to Hello Leash. And I know somebody in the chat was saying, Hello Leash needs to mature. And
Mhm.
from that situation, I also felt the same. I can't give you no receipts. I just remember feeling like she must be really immature to be caught in this situation. That's what so that's all I know of Hello Leash,
Here's the thing.
and you know that she should have paid people.
Here's where I'm at with this. They need to come to, because then their argument is you can't tell someone how to react, right?
Mhm.
They need to Alicia doesn't feel like she did anything wrong. I'm just gonna be real. She doesn't feel like she did anything
Yeah,
wrong.
I know.
And
That's
um
part of the maturing she needs to do.
but here's my thing with that. We still go on in life, okay? And we
Yeah.
can't get what we want. And these people, they want to get what they want. And so that's the problem. Like, you can't, in life, when I wake up, like in life, I don't get what I want all the time because this
Mhm.
is where it's come to. She's not going to apologize. So you can't force her to. And but then they go,
But
but we
you
just
can
want her to stop.
try.
But
You
then they go,
can
we just want her to stop talking about us.
mhm.
Okay, well, you guys, all
That
you
one
guys.
doesn't make sense to me
Mhm.
when they say that. After
Mhm.
I listened to the Xylee Xylie's
Mhm.
whatever,
Mhm.
um, you can't be doing all that y'all are doing and say you just want her to stop talking about you.
But their
No.
response is we react to what she says. Why we need to be given the chance to defend ourselves and react. That's their thing. But then my thing is, okay, the public says the public nods their head. Ah, but what about in the Discord? You know what I mean? What about when you guys just attack for no reason? What about when you guys attack people on Twitter that don't align with your opinions? That's not how Leash not reacting.
Mhm,
You know what I
mhm,
mean? So
mhm.
that's the part that at the time I was respecting their privacy, so I didn't say it. But I'm done. I'm done. Like I'm not doing this anymore. To where respecting you people for what? You people making memes out of me, making memes out of me on there. I've seen it. You people like you they do everything and I've just ignored it. I've honestly just ignored it because I was like,
Mm.
whatever. I'm not, and I think they're kind of mad too because they didn't kick me out. I left and I said,
Mhm.
deuces, peace, bye. So that's what it is. It's like, and then they made fun of me this weekend because I didn't realize I accumulated a lot of my likes or followers on Twitter because of that Hello Leash live that I did. So I didn't realize because
Mm.
I realized as soon as I was done with those people, I was like the only person maybe liking my tweets. And
Mhm.
so they're like, the big thing was, she likes her because they make fun of me for how I don't have any likes on my Twitter on there on the Discord. They make fun of me for that.
Mhm.
They make fun of me how I like my own stuff. And I'm sitting here like, okay, if that's because it wasn't the joke just this weekend, but they made fun of me also. And I remember, I think seeing a November screenshot. Yeah, it was a November one where they made fun of me, and I was like, okay. So then I'm gonna make my handle permanently. I like my own tweets. So any single time. Now I don't even feel bad about it. Like when I post stuff now, even
You
today when I made
shouldn't.
some codfish, I was just like, yeah, I like this. And
Exactly.
so
You can
yeah,
like
and
your
I
own
made them up.
stuff.
So yeah, they're just they can't admit. God forbid if they ever sat down and admitted maybe we went too far with this. Like, you know what I mean? And then their
Mhm.
whole entire argument is, look, I don't have a platform. So if here's my thing. I think if they're able to go onto someone's Twitter, attack them, if they're able to be vocal about Hello Leash on any social media platform whatsoever, you can get attacked. You know what I mean? You can get attacked regardless. Now, but their argument is, well, if bigger creators talk about it, then they're going to send a bunch of hate. And I'm not a creator on here. You can't have it both ways. If you're going to speak your
Mm.
opinion online, then there's a chance that you will probably get attacked. I mean, it's like they want to have their cake and eat it too.
Mhm.
So it's like I can go on about them forever, but I really got mad when she was like, she's a bad person. We don't ever talk about her. I'm like, yes, you do. Lying
Mm.
ass. And then they were like, we never called her angry black woman. No, but you imply that I was. Like, you
Hmm.
imply that I was when you said I yelled at Malcolm in there. You guys were saying how I was yelling at him, and then Malcolm was like, Malcolm didn't understand in the Discord. I can tell them, like, I'm like, you guys are liars. I can simply tell you what you said. You guys said, and they don't deny. They don't deny. After I called out Thierry, there was no denial there. They didn't deny it. Like when Malcolm was like, I really wish it was just gonna be me and Xylee, and I've ruined the vibe and etc. Blah 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 blah. So
Yes, because the vibe was supposed to be this guy. I don't know who Malcolm is. All I know is apparently he wasn't a mod, so it didn't even happen to him. So the vibe was just a dude speaking for everybody else. This whole situation, I know somebody's watching, they're gonna be mad at me. I'm sorry, like I don't give a shit anymore. I don't care. Y'all are saying what would make sense to me is if y'all said you want an apology from her, you're not letting up because she did something wrong. She needs to acknowledge it. She needs to apologize, and that's why you're going at it. But y'all cannot be like, we just want her to stop talking about me. We sneaking into her Patreon. We having advocates speak on our behalf, right?
No, but they said people,
not us talk
they said
for
people send them.
ourselves, huh?
They said people, because I said that, but they were, well, people, we can't help it if people send us stuff. People send our friends.
Okay, why aren't
send us
y'all
stuff.
speaking yourself? Why are y'all sending different advocates who were not even in the situation to explain? Because even in that live, Malcolm was not doing a good job. First of all, I think Malcolm was asleep or doing something else on that live, and then as he woke up, he was not doing a good job because one of them hopped on and said, hold on, Malcolm, let me just take it from here, baby. You sit down, baby, let me explain it. So I don't know, at this point, I don't understand. I don't care. I feel like nobody has made a real effort to help us understand. And so, you know what? If it's not for me to understand, that's fine. I don't need to. You don't want me to. So I don't know.
I don't know. They just, it's like they use, the thing is like they use the argument of like, oh, but we don't have a platform, because they were scared to get on to Xylee because they were like, we don't have a platform. Meanwhile, they were all like, parading in the chat and but we don't have
That's the perfect time to get onto Xylee. Xylee has a platform, and there's no YouTube page for people to go and hate on you or for you to be afraid that you'll lose likes or whatever. So that's the perfect situation.
Yeah,
That
they
don't
were
make
just
sense to
like,
me either.
like they were just like, we don't want the attention of, like, we don't want all this hate because we were smaller. We can't they basically can't handle the hate is what they're saying, but they love to give it, but they can't handle it. So that's why. That's kind of like their reasoning for not going on there, because they're like, oh, I'm smaller YouTubers, we can't handle it, etc. So that's really
because this is not like a serious thing. This is not like a legal allegation being made.
Yeah.
You can just make a damn fake Twitter and like you can be anonymous. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't really understand what happened, and therefore I feel like I don't care. It's not serious to me.
Tell that to them, like, yo, it felt like I was up for how many hours, like, because I kept seeing like a lot of hate and stuff, and people were sending me shit, and I couldn't refuse. I'm like, what else are they saying? And like, I wasn't even like in my head, I never said, hey, what else are they saying? But people were like, girl, what did you do? Like, I received, I was like, I didn't do anything. But yeah, so that was crazy. And I feel like no one believes me. Everyone just thinks I'm making this up for clout or something. I don't know, but I have no reason to make this up. I literally tell you that what Alicia said was wrong. Everything. She doesn't believe it. And they're just as bad. They were the bullied who are now the bullies. So, that's how I feel about it. And no one agrees with me. So I guess I'll die on this hill. I don't know. I'll die on this hill, like, but Yeah. There are people who left their server because they disagreed with their actions. They're just not saying anything. So, yeah.
Maybe because it's not a fucking big deal. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Mm. You're like, it's not a big deal.
It really, the more you explain it, the more it just seems like it's, I don't know.
It's just like,
But yeah.
people were hurt. People were hurt and they had
Yeah,
every
I get
fear.
that. I
So,
get that much.
mhm.
Yeah, they're making that very obvious. Making that obvious.
So I call them that. I mean, I know it's like, I shouldn't, but I do call them the cult because I don't know what else. That's what they remind me of at this point. Where they
Yeah.
all come together regardless
Hate
of if their
mobs.
beliefs.
Hate
Yeah,
mobs,
regardless
kind
of
of.
if their beliefs are, if they have different beliefs, and they didn't even listen to me at the fact that I said some people genuinely don't disagree. And then Sierra's also mad too because I made her server now unsafe, So
No.
people won't, be honest in her server anymore. But
I mean, you couldn't be honest to begin with, clearly,
I
apparently.
know.
So.
I know. I know. People were like, and it's so funny because as soon as I left, all of a sudden you had people who were like, "Oh my gosh, are you okay? Oh my gosh." Da, 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 da." Like people were like, and
It reminds me of like when Mysterious T did the Trisha Paytas thing, and pretty much everyone can agree Trisha Paytas is problematic, annoying,
mhm.
whatever you want to call her. There's different levels, degrees of hatred,
Yeah.
but then they can't comprehend, like when Xylee was saying, criticizing Mysterious for the way she speaks about as sexual assault, and like people are
Mhm.
just not comprehending. You can two things can be true at once. You can see that Trisha Paytas did something very wrong, and
Mhm.
also see that the way in which you're trying to explain that she did something wrong is also bad. People, I don't know. What these hate mobs, I don't know. I kind of want to, I wish somebody will like write a thesis on what happens to your brain when you join a hate mob. What happens to your critical
Yeah.
thinking ability?
Well, I
I don't
think
know.
it's kind of similar to people, and I want to state right now, I am not saying these people are killers or anything, but you ever hear of those cases where Johnny was a perfect boy, perfect guy, went to, middle class, went to work, had the nice white fence or whatever. One day kills his wife, and it's and
Mm-hmm.
and you kind of get blinded by there's just this one person that pisses you off. You hear this person had a perfect life, you don't know
Mm.
what could have happened, etc., right? And they remind me
Mm-hmm.
of that. They remind me of, I'm not saying that they're killers. I'm not. I'm just saying like they
Okay,
remind me of
well.
someone who has lost their judgment completely in a moment of time, but their moment of time
Mm.
is more of like months, of time.
Something is
And
very emotional for them.
yeah,
They
and
lost
that's what it
their.
reminds me of, just a loss of judgment that like this whole entire time. And that's what they remind me of. They remind me of because
Mm.
I told you about this guy that I know recently, who was in my friend group recently, killed his wife with an axe to the head. Remember? No, I didn't.
I don't remember that.
I thought I did. I could swear I did. I'm pretty
Wow.
certain
So
I did.
somebody took an axe to his head.
No. He took an axe to his wife's head, the 3-year-old. I
Oh.
told you this. The 3-year-old called the police, and then the cops came in and he was like, "Please shoot me." Anyways, I was in the living room one day and I was like, "Oh my gosh, heard this, so and so man." Da, 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 da. And then I heard the name. I was like, "Oh," and then I
Just can't
immediately
believe it.
messaged Mr. Celsus. He was my teacher, because I had an argument. I had a recent argument with him on Facebook because he kept calling
The
me
guy or
the guy, but it was
okay.
with Mr. Celsus as well. Because Mr. Celsus was like pointing out, I feel like we always talk about racism, but Mr. Celsus was pointing out racism, and he was calling me Takesha, blah, 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 calling me out of my name. And my last altercation with him was like a huge argument. And I couldn't believe that, he murdered his wife. And his wife was like chiming in too, defending him to the fullest. And it was so crazy too, because he always used to make fun of never mind, doesn't matter. But anyways, doesn't matter. But my whole point is, I couldn't go to sleep for 2 weeks. I was like, how could he do this? What am I being like? I don't know why I'm being quiet about it. His name is Camille. Why could Camille do this? Like, how could he do this? And I was just tossing and turning and was like texting like people in that friend group who I haven't talked to in like 5 years. And immediately we all like got into this group chat and was like, what, blah, blah, blah. And so we all like took him off our Facebooks not that it mattered because he obviously is in jail. I mean, he has bail, but no one's paying $100,000. But anyways, so yeah, like it just is really sad. So I was always intrigued to know why he did what he did. Anyways, he reminds me of them. Not that they were killers. I'm not saying that. Oh my God, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, for that moment in time, he lost his judgment completely. He got so mad that he was able to pick up an axe. An axe is freaking heavy, so heavy. And he got so mad that he killed his wife in that moment in time. And that's how I feel about these people who are hurt by Hello Leash, that they're so mad that they're losing their judgments completely.
It's $1 million bond.
Yeah. Oh, you looked them up?
Yes, girl. I Googled.
Yeah. Camille Zelinsky. Shit. I did say his name, didn't I? Yeah. So, yeah. Deleted him from Facebook. I'm pretty certain Instagram. I'm going to check on that.
Ugh. Wow. Turned deadly. He was having an argument with his wife.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah. So I was thinking of talking to him. I keep saying I have all these plans and I haven't done anything yet. So I feel stupid even saying this one, but I was thinking of like actually talking to him. Because
to the guy?
Yeah. It's weird because how do I even know someone like that? But I do. Shit.
Well, yeah, I think
how the fuck did you find him? I said his first name. Oh, you know what? You said, because I said axe to the head. You had to type that in.
Yeah, I type wife, axe. I misspelled his name at first, but then I saw a different spelling, changed how I spelled it.
Oh my gosh. So, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I was planning on going to the because everything is actually because of COVID through virtual. So yeah, but I'm definitely want to go through that. I want to go to some of that trial because he's gonna have a trial. I don't know what for. I mean, he did it. So what are they gonna say? He has a history.
He's still, fair. Go through trial.
I mean, I know, but just what's the point of if you plead guilty? I mean, he said he did it, so I don't know. Anyways, I don't know.
You still have to go through it's not like I did it. Straight to prison, life sentence.
Because then they charged him with murder, and then they also charged him with child endangerment. So
not guilty. Let me see, girl.
I don't think I checked.
Is he gonna plead insanity?
I don't know, but there's not a plea yet because I checked.
You have to go through the January 5th. They saying he pleads not guilty. January 5th. It's new. Damn, they got his picture and everything. Damn. This is a big news. When they have your picture, girl, that means it's a big news.
Oh.
Yep, he said not guilty, bitch. What the fuck, sir?
I can't believe Camille. Like, oh my So I figured I would talk to him after his sentence. Let's not talk to him now because I don't think he'll ever talk to me now.
Mm.
But
I mean, bro, why do you want to go? They're gonna. He said, "What have I done? Shoot me, just shoot me. I did it." Like
mm-hmm,
you can't,
mm-hmm,
you
mm-hmm.
can't run away. You can't run
I guess that
away.
he's gonna plead insanity, I guess.
There is a lesser sentence for. Well, it depends on the state. I don't know not much about y'all state,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes you can get a lesser sentence
Well, I
for in
checked.
the heat of the moment, if depending on what the argument was about.
Well, here's the thing. He's had a history of like being violent and stuff. Like I remember there was a person in our friend group and he was dating them, and the reason why that relationship ended was because of this stuff. But I feel like this is some like testimony shit. Like, yes, he has a history of violence.
Yeah.
I don't like here's the thing, guys. It's so different when you know someone. You know what I mean? It's so because when you look at someone like him, I'm like, and if I didn't know him,
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking horrible, 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 horrible person. Like ill,
Mm-hmm.
disgusting, lock you up. My mom's like, how do you even know someone like this? This is, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help but to just talk to him. Like I can't, and not like I can't help. I want to know. I want to know things. I want to understand why he did what he did.
You just want to know what the fuck, dude.
Yeah, like I can't. Like Camille, how could you do this? Like, anyways, so I think after like the whole trial and everything is done, because you would never talk. You're on trial for murder. You know what I mean? So I'm a nobody. But I think after he gets his sentence and everything gets put into whatever, because he's not going to be near his kids for sure. He will never be able to see his kids again for sure. But I want to ask him, do you even want to see your like? I want to ask him this stuff, and I just need to. I
Mm.
just it really bothers me that you can like
Do that.
anyways. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would
Whew.
definitely I definitely would love to talk to him so badly. So,
Yeah.
mhm.
Next appearance. Okay, so the next appearance in court will be on Zoom March 9th.
Mhm.
So I want to sit in the court. I don't know if they'll let us all log on to Zoom. I want to sit. I want
No,
to
no, how
listen.
it works. No, no, no. How it works is because when I had to get my restraining order against the chick who called us the N-word with the ER at the end, how it works is that before our hearing, the judge goes, "Okay, guys, so before your hearing, there's another case. There's another hearing right now. You're welcome to stay in the courtroom, but it's going to be via Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're welcome to sit here like a normal, or you can leave the room and go back to your we had our like private rooms waiting to be called in, and so that's what we did. So, you can technically go, and I wasn't thinking of going for this. I want to go for the actual trial. You know what I mean? I don't want to go for this part. I want to go for, when you have the witnesses and all that stuff. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
would like to go for.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, now I'm following. Put on my
Mhm.
calendar and everything. Yes. I want to know. This is so that's
Mhm.
wild.
I know. I'm
Speaking of
just
mental health,
well,
man.
and it bothers me so much. And I hate, what? I also hate myself for like wanting to just pick his brain and wanting to know why he did what he did, because like how dare I do that? Like
And
he
I
did
think that's
such a horrible thing.
natural because it's such
I
a
don't know.
crazy thing that he did. And I think it's natural to want to comprehend.
Does
Like,
it count if I ate the whole blueberries and I'm on a diet? Like, okay, this was full when we started the line.
I think blueberries are okay.
The whole thing. And I just opened it today for the line.
Well, yeah, blueberries are. You can definitely finish blueberries in a day. Definitely.
But I don't know. My mom looked at me like I was batshit crazy.
Wow. No,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fruit is easy to eat quick.
No, I'm
especially
sorry.
more.
I'm jumping from conversations when I told her that I wanted to like interview him.
Oh.
Yeah.
But she
Sorry.
said my mom looked at me like I'm batshit crazy for eating this whole thing of blueberries.
No, my mom would be like, "Yeah, Blossom, you're not eating chips. Good for you."
But
So,
I mean, yeah, I can understand just like never wanting to even acknowledge this person's existence ever again.
mhm.
But also, I understand wanting to just wrap your head around the reality of what occurred.
Yeah.
So I think it depends on on the person for sure.
Mhm. Oh, Monica, they're full of antioxidants. Yeah.
And they're good
Yay,
for you. They're really
blueberries.
good. Now I know
Hmm.
you also mentioned to me about Nick Cannon.
Oh yeah, Nick Cannon.
I don't know what happened because I know, Regina lost her son. Apparently Nick Cannon also lost a baby, but I don't know what happened.
He has an eighth one on the way. He just had an eighth one.
Yeah, I know that, but I didn't know that one of the 8 is now gone.
Stephanie Blossom, were you close to his wife? Unfortunately, his wife did not like me, but she was an echo of him. He just Camille's the one who close to, not the, and that's it just sucks. Like everything sucks. Like I don't want to say anything positive about him. The dude murdered his wife with an axe, and she was the one who was echoing his beliefs but she was like, I think she had insecurity issues. If you ask, I mean, but I don't want to talk badly. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk badly. So yeah, I don't know. I don't want to talk ill of the dead, but
Mhm.
as far as Camille goes, I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, let me tell you, I had his best. The thing is, how I met him is so it all started from high school. So we had a friend group, and my friend was dating this guy named Michael. And Michael's best friend was Camille. And then Camille was a year younger than us. And so he's 29, and he would come to like all the parties and stuff, and so that's how we got to know him. And because we were like, ew, like he was so immature, but in the very beginning, and we were like, ew, like, but then that's how he became part of, and he was, did I get along with him? Like, I tolerated him. I didn't get along with him, like as far as I didn't never liked any of his jokes. And then, I remember in Miss Tinsel's class where this was like my senior year, and he was just like, Tonquisha, and then Michael was like, you need to apologize, blah, blah, blah. But then after that, like he was still like in the friend group. And it wasn't
Mm.
until I went off to Missouri and then I came back, then it was just kind of like a social media, like Facebook, whatever type of relationship. But it just sucks. So like, why do I know you now? I don't know. It sucks.
Mhm.
You don't think this shit could happen to people, like like you don't think this could happen to people who Like I still can't believe Camille did that. Like in order for you to pick up an axe, that's heavy as fuck. This podcast is supposed to be about suicide, and we're talking
I mean, it's about mental
death.
health in general as
I guess,
well.
yeah, mental health. So I don't know, like, but I do after he's sentenced and everything. Oh, after he's sentenced and everything, I do want to interview him, and he's only getting $200 from me.
Wait, $200?
Yep, that's what he's getting.
Why why even two what is that money for?
He's gonna be like, oh well, I'm gonna need something. Like he's gonna be like that. That's how he is. So
Oh my god. Oh my
mhm.
god.
That's how he's gonna be. He's gonna be like, oh well, maybe like he's the type who's like, oh well, maybe the first one I'll do, but then you got to pay me after for like this, blah, 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 like he's kind of like that.
Dude, it's so weird to even think about how is he gonna be? He's on trial for murdering his wife.
I don't know.
It's so crazy.
I don't know. Like, I'm so mad. I'm so mad about this. Like, why did you do this? Michael doesn't talk to him anymore. My first question to Michael was, because they're like tight best friends. And he's like done. I'm like, wow, done.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing to be done about.
No, it's true. I'm just saying, like, you know how parents, when their kids do something bad, they're like, oh, but I still love you. You know, you're my kid.
Like Chris Watts' mom.
Chris Watts?
Girl, you don't know Chris Watts?
Names? Like, what happened?
He's the dude who killed his wife and kids. This guy.
Oh, yes. Asshole.
Yeah, his mom. Yes. His mom is a ride or die mom. She still see him. She's still fighting for him, trying to get him out of jail.
Dude, no. And she was pregnant too, wasn't she?
Yep, she was pregnant.
Yeah, I remember this.
He was gonna name. What's fucked up is, I think he was gonna name the baby after the mistress he was sleeping with, like making it like the male version of the mistress's name. Yeah. Oh, Stephanie said, my high school friend killed himself after aiming his gun and threatening his neighbors, which I never thought he could do. Wow.
His mom was a B to his wife, though. Yeah, things happen in high school, and damn. You never think the people who you know can do shit like that.
Yeah, because now you're thinking of all the signs and symptoms.
Well, yeah, I was. Like, that's what I was tossing and turning for 2 weeks. And then I came to the conclusion, I'm going to interview him when this is all done. You know, I'm going to interview him because, and I think it should go by easily, I feel like, but I'm going to do it. Because it's like because even then, yeah, you start thinking of, well, his things prior. And I mean, he was very, he was just very outspoken and thought, I'm trying to think of the right way to frame. I don't think there is any right way to frame this, so I won't say it. But like, he was very like, because I want to tell you guys what I'm saying, but this is a live, and I want to be not. So let me just hold on. I want to think of a good way to say it. So yeah, that's, I don't know, but he was just.
Oh, Stephanie's saying Chris Watts' mom was a B. Yeah, Chris Watts' mom did not like his wife.
Don't feel pressured to share now if you're not comfortable. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. My first and my only scandal, I said it on a live. So now I'm like,
I mean, this is not your scandal. You just know the guy.
No. I mean, what I'm trying to describe him and how I'm going to say it. Like what I would say. But yeah. Yeah. But I think it's so funny how you'll text me of like the screens and stuff.
Well, yeah, because you don't look at the private chat.
You don't look at the private chat either.
I stopped because you never looked at the private chat. So
well, there's stuff in the private chat right now. You don't look at it. I was just trying to say a way how to see it.
Yeah, well, I don't know who this is who you were talking about anymore. But yeah, I stopped looking at the private chat like weeks ago when every single time you never looked at it. So.
Okay, I'll start looking at it. I'll start looking at it. I'll start looking at it. But honestly, the texting thing is more effective. But I don't know. Like,
it is. That's why I text you.
But guys, she'll text me at like put me on the screen. I'm like, why don't you just say it? Put you on the screen. Like, but I'll just, but maybe it's more professional.
Yeah,
So.
I'm trying to be professional.
So you're more professional than I am. I was just like, hey, can you put this on the screen? But it's nice. You're more professional. Yeah. But oh, Emily Artful's coming out with her video this week.
Oh, that's what she said?
Yeah, on Twitter. On Twitter. She said that. She was like, this week is it. I'm coming out with the video this week. Yup. Oh, look, it's that one right there.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
The video is coming this week, y'all. Buckle up. It's a doozy. See, so now you have a good excuse for, why you didn't upload yet.
No, honestly, so here was the thing. I was planning on uploading the Creep Show Art video years ago, and I just got, I think it's called burnt out. Yeah, with YouTube. I got burnt out. I think that's what it is. I think I was coming up with, I'll do it this, and I think I just got burned out. This is not stressful or anything like that. And I just got burned out. And then I thought, okay, now I'm ready to get back into this video. But then I was like, I don't want to put all this work into this video. And then I know Emily Artful already told us that she's going to come out with a response video. So why not wait until and then apparently she's supposed to come out with the interview with Swoop. I don't know.
That would be great. Swoop
apparently, someone told me that. So anyways, waiting for this video. And then if anyone still even cares, I mean, I'm still going to post it anyways. But if anyone like, I know people won't care, but I'm still going to post it. Yeah.
No, people will care. Yeah, especially if Emily Artful's putting the video. And yeah, Shannon still has the ability to edit her quote unquote original Google Doc. So you better save it to your own Google Drive. And yeah, so Nick Cannon's 8th baby is on the way, but we were talking about Regina King lost her son, and Nick was recanting about his son who died. Okay, so I see died of a brain tumor. And Blossom you were talking to me about, I want to thank everyone. So that's the baby. So yeah, so I guess would you call this baby, what did they call it, a rainbow baby? The 8th baby is a rainbow. Is that what they call these babies? Rainbow baby, I think.
Yeah. When you lose a baby before and have another baby afterwards, it's a rainbow.
I did not know what that term meant, so I kept thinking people were saying rainbow baby like a gay baby or.
No, I learned the term when Jessie Smiles. People kept calling her baby rainbow baby, and I was like, "What?" Because
I was like, "How do you know the baby's gay?"
That's what I was saying. I was like, I'm not trying to be like offensive or anything. I'm just like, how do you know? But yeah, so.
But yeah, but you were talking about, what is he doing with all these babies, different mothers, and he said, I wonder if I can find where he said it. He said he wants to have 15 children. So he wants to have, maybe they'll come up, 15 children.
15 children. Oh,
he was slammed by fans for expecting his 8th child with a 5th baby mama. Right after celebrating the gender reveal with I mean, this is what he wants to do. He wants to have, this is my philosophy of what he wants. He wants to have a harem of wives that he can sleep with. And I think that is genuinely the plan. And I know other guys have that. Other guys in this industry have that plan, like Chris Brown wants to do that. Future is trying to do that. I think there's other guys who want to do that. I think the baby wants to do that. I feel like this is actually like a common mindset these guys have. So I mean, what is there to? I mean, you can try to slam him about you're not going to be in these children's lives, but he obviously doesn't care.
Well, here's the thing. A statement like that, I believe what you're saying, but there's no proof that he's not. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
so
he's
it's
not what? Oh,
he's
in
not
their
going
life.
to be, because we're not
There's
there
just
with
no
him.
way. You have different women. They don't even live in the same place.
Oh, the
There's
same
no
state?
way.
Wait, the same state?
I don't know if they're in the same state, but
I
they
feel like they're
don't live in
probably
the
in the
same
same state.
place.
Yeah,
But the
but
states are big. Like, I mean, I don't know. Unless you, I just can't. I don't see Nick Cannon getting in his helicopter every day to go see all all seven kids.
no, I believe what you're saying, Udoka. I'm just saying one could argue that you're not with Nick Cannon. How do you know what you know what I mean? Like, one could argue. Because who knows when he sees the kids who he has with Mariah Carey. So
Oh, I don't think he sees them at all. I cannot imagine Mariah Carey allowing him anywhere close to her, the kids. But I don't know. I can't imagine it with her personality and how she talks about him,
mm-hmm.
or
Mm.
rather pretends like she doesn't know he exists. Um in the
Hmm.
last,
He changed when they broke up.
I think so. I wonder what happened.
Like he was like all like so appreciative of Mariah. Like, oh my gosh, he was all and then once they broke up, he was just having babies left and right. I
You're
mean, it took a
right.
minute.
He seems so different.
Hmm. He seemed like a one-man show, right? And then all of a sudden it's like baby here, baby there. How do you have four
I
babies in 1 year? Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. Like I know some I don't know what guys I was listening to, but they were trying to say how they're like this one guy has a podcast and he keeps being invited to the baby showers and he said
Hmm.
he's really he's really tired of it because it's too much money, too many gifts because
Hmm.
there's a kid the baby's birthdays and also the baby showers all like
Hmm.
in the same 6 months or whatever the gender reveal. So it was like I felt like I was going to see him like every day
Yeah.
because there's always something.
No, no, Stephanie. He didn't have any kids prior to Mariah, but no, that's funny. That's funny. That you have to think about it though. First off, if you're rich like the Kardashians, you got to assume people like that. They don't tell you. They say don't bring any gifts. You know what I mean. You got to be like people like that. You just show up. You don't bring any gifts. You just show up. If you're gonna give a gift, just donate. That's usually what the classy people do on these streets now. They say
Mm.
donate to such and such, and they'll have something there at these parties for you to donate to, like rain organization or whatever, any organization. So that's what they do now. And that's hilarious because you got to think when Nick Cannon, all of his family members, so there's 8 kids or there's 7 kids and birthdays, and that's a lot. Yeah.
Mhm.
But I know for Kim, I think North and Shy, they have their birthday together.
Yeah, I saw that they were doing their birthday together and I think I really like how the Kardashian Jenners they're so close knit and the kids are growing up like with your
Hmm.
cousins are so close. Oh, I love that. I love the idea of children growing up in something that feels like a legit community, like not
Right.
just my one sibling and my mom and my dad, like a community. I love that so much.
Right, they want that because they had that. That's why they're so close, and you have to give it to them. They've been able to get through what they've been able to get through because their family is so strong, their family
Oh
relationship.
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, their family's super strong. Oh, I was thinking of something. Wow, I swear I'm gonna have, like, Alzheimer's or dementia or something when I get older because I forget what I was gonna say. Oh, no. Um, I saw Sloane's video this morning of exposing Kim Kardashian's, like, dark side, dark path. I had no idea. I must have been real young, but I had no idea that she stole like over $150,000 from
Oh,
Brandy.
girl.
I had no idea.
From who did she steal it from?
She stole it
From
from Brandy, and then the reason why the sex tape came out was because hint hint, it was probably to pay back what they were suing her in court for. Damn. Yeah, Sloan had
Oh.
yes. Sketchy past. Yeah, it was like
Oh,
that was
wow. I'm
tea.
definitely gonna watch this.
I mean, we could watch some of it right now if you want. I don't know if you want to though.
Let me see if the audio. Do you hear it?
No.
No, you don't hear it. Yeah, I
Mm.
didn't think you did. Let me see.
Oh. I guess I can do it. I'm like, we could watch it right now. I could do it.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. I gotta pull it up. Yeah, I saw that this morning and I was like, "Ooh." I was like, Sloan must get so much hate comments though. He must.
Who?
Sloan,
Sloan?
he must, yeah, he must
From
get
this video?
no, just in like the way how he talks about topics, I'm like, I wouldn't touch. Like the only topic he was ever scared to touch was Nicki Minaj because he was like, I'm so scared because her fan base
The fans.
is yeah,
I
is
would be
insane.
afraid to touch Nicki and Beyonce. No,
Oh, really?
not touching them. The Beehive is insane.
Mm-hmm.
And the Barbs get crazy.
Okay, let's see. Let's pull this up. Share. Exposing Kim Kardashian's sketchy past. Okay.
Oh, Kimmy.
Upon a time, Kim Kardashian was a closet helper. She worked for stars like Paris Hilton and Brandy, and Kim would clean up for
Girl,
them.
you stole from your boss?
I know. Yeah, she did.
Girl.
Spend their money and ultimately allegedly steal from them. In Kim's case with Brandy, she ended up being sued for stealing. There was a full-blown lawsuit. Then Kim slept with Brandy's brother, Ray J, and her famous tape mysteriously leaked. This tape also made Kim
right? Like, I think we were just so young. I was too young to really, I knew about the sex tape and all that, but I just didn't like look into it at the time because I was a kid and didn't really care.
It's also hard. Like the internet didn't
Mhm.
have so much information back then about people. I kind of knew that she was like a closet person, but I didn't. And I knew people were like, oh, she did this for a reason. She leaked it herself. Her mom leaked it herself for a reason, but I didn't understand what reason.
I don't know. Obviously, what a sex tape is now is completely 1000%.
Nobody cares anymore. It's
yeah,
so crazy.
No one cares. But I don't know. I'm not sure if I believe she would have. I mean, it's a coincidence, but I just don't know
because people feel like the mom leaked it.
Oh,
people feel like the mom, and you know what? Probably, I believe it too. People feel like the mom is just very calculated and whatever it takes to win.
Yeah, Sloan. I mean, I guess we'll watch it, but Sloan was saying how they were like with a company. So now I changed my mind. So this was planned, I think, because yeah, well,
a lot of money. So she was able to settle the lawsuit outside of court. So let's get into it. Recently, I've been moving around and sleeping in new spaces. And normally when I'm in a new room or a new bed, I can't seem to get proper sleep. But one thing I can
we're going to skip this. Sorry, Sloan.
Oh, who else is like advertising for this eye mask? I forgot.
I don't know, but it took me a long time to realize that Sloan just puts a light near his wall and it's not actually a backdrop.
Yeah, a lot of YouTubers do that. When I realized, I was like, no, duh. It's so simple and looks so cool.
I know. I need to do that.
But
That would be cool. Like, that's what I need
if
to
that
do.
company ever wants to sponsor us, I go to sleep with a eye mask every single night. So, you know, if you want to send us a free eye mask, we will test it.
Oh, and I love his mic. Oh, but they're so expensive.
The Shure.
Yeah, like when I was thinking of getting mics, when I got this one, it was what, maybe like $170, but this one is like $300.
What
Yeah.
was the point? I don't notice any difference in audio
Oh,
quality.
I do. I
You
do.
do?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So I even thought of getting Petty Page mic. She has, or now it's called, she's referred to as Paige Christie now, not Petty Page, but
Okay, matured up.
I know she dropped
Got
the
a
name.
baby.
No, she has her second baby now, but I
Mm.
was gonna say her mic is dope. It's a Rode mic, and I honestly love how the Rode mic, how like my camera that I use to record my YouTube videos, it's a Rode mic, and I love that one. I love it. It's attached to the camera. I had to buy it separately, but I attached it, obviously to the camera. But anyways, yeah. So Rode is what I would get. I prefer actually a Rode over a Yeti mic. I like Yeti mics, but I prefer the Rode. But the Shure is the best
Shure
mic
is
out
like
there.
the top of the line.
Yeah. Bohemian Rhapsody, they had Shure mics. Michael Jackson used Shure mics.
Okay.
Was up to. You guys probably know by now that Kim Kardashian used to be a
Oh, one more thing. Okay, so Stephanie says, I always thought Chris leaked it. Paris, I think, was a legit leak. This always seemed orchestrated. I always watch Sloan on 1.5 speed. So watching him at normal speed feels like slow motion. Actually, I didn't want to be rude to Sloan, but I was kind of thinking it because he does it on purpose. Because he's like, I think he's reading
slow
something
on purpose.
Yeah, he does that intentionally. I just don't know why. But I think he does it so he doesn't have to mess up and repeat himself again because he makes a lot of videos.
So he can be clear.
Yeah.
And people can understand him. And then there's people who just speed him up.
Right. I think he does it too so he doesn't, because the slower you talk like this, then you can get I guess I just didn't prove my point there, didn't I?
But yes, the slower you speak, the more time your brain has to actually think about what you're saying
so you don't mess
before
up.
you say it.
So you don't mess up. There we go. You proved my point. I swear I was thinking, this can go on 1.5 speed. I was thinking that.
Closet helper. She wasn't always this super famous social media influencer. Back in the day, she used to work for the real
it sounds so good.
Kim actually worked with a lot of famous people. But today we're going to be focusing on her relationship with Brandy. Even though Kim is probably best known for her relationship with Paris Hilton, that is another video. But Kim would go to her client's home and she would help them clean out their closet. She would take whatever they don't want and then sell it for them on eBay. Then Kim would get a cut of the profit from eBay, and that's how she made her money.
I go to my clients' homes and I help them clean out their
I said entrepreneur.
closets, and we take whatever they don't want and I sell it for them on eBay.
But when it comes to her relationship with Brandy, she was more than just a closet cleaner, because at some point she was acting as Brandy's stylist.
I got into styling because my best friend is Brandy, and we'd always shop together.
Her best friend is Brandy. It's not anymore.
You won't mind if I take this, would you? Thank you.
And I feel like she was definitely a name dropper. So my best friend is Brandy, know?
Well, she's trying to
I
get
wonder
up
if she was
there.
around.
No, she's, trying to social climb, get her name out,
I know. Come on.
Always asked me to be, you have to help me out, be my stylist. And I never assisted a stylist before. I never went to school for it. I never, really knew what the job really entailed. So I just kind of blew it off and we'd always shop together. And one day she called me and was like, will you be my stylist? And I said, sure. She'd always said it. I thought she was kidding. And the next day her record company called me and hired me. And like a week later, we left for a 3-week promotional tour in Europe. And I had to dress her and her dancers. And I was like freaked out.
So Kim and Brandy had a close working relationship and a friendship. It seemed like Brandy wanted Kim to do well. So Kim was Brandy's stylist. And actually, Khloe Kardashian is involved in this whole mess because she she was also a personal assistant. Kim had actually known Brandy and her family since 2003 because she was in a famous relationship with Ray J, which ultimately got even more famous when their tape was sold out to the public. But before that ever happened, Kim was spending Brandy's money. And Kim was being accused of fraud by Brandy's family, in particular Brandy's mother, because Kim ran up the bill and nobody was trying to pay for that. According to legal reports, it looks like Brandy's mother, Sonia, actually accused Kim Kardashian, Kourtney Kardashian, Khloe Kardashian, and friggin' Rob Kardashian of spending $120,000 on her American Express card. $120,000 may not be a lot to Kim Kardashian nowadays, but that is a ton of money to be spending on somebody's card and then acting like they're not going to notice it. So the alleged stealing of Kim Kardashian stealing from Brandy took place back in 2006, 2007, when Kim Kardashian was working as a stylist for Brandy. And because she was working as a stylist, she had access to Brandy's credit card, which was dangerous to give to someone like Kim. That's a lot for Kim to risk because she's got a full-blown business over here, going to people's closets, cleaning them out, making them money from eBay, and she seemed pretty secure at what she was doing. So I don't quite understand why she needed the $120,000 on Brandy's credit card.
It gets a little tricky because they want it to be like authenticated to make sure that's really that person. And so it could start anywhere from, $100 to go up to $1,000, a couple $1,000s. I've made, some of my clients like thousands and thousands of dollars.
See, Kim looks like she knows what she's talking about. I mean, she has it down to a science at this point. So let's get into the lawsuit because that starts to reveal why Kimberly was spending all this money. So Kim started working as Brandy's stylist back in 2004, and she was authorized to make one purchase on the credit card, only one. So how do you think they're not going to notice? But Sonia actually claims, so Brandy's mother claims that Kim gave.
How are you authorized to make one? See, that's like rich people problems. Like, how do you not notice for a minute that someone spent $100,000?
Because you trusted her. That's supposedly Brandy's. I'm thinking from the mom's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's my daughter's best friend. She trusts her. She's worked with all these other people. Well, just this one time, just give her the card so she can make that purchase. She won't. I mean, I can see how you just let that slip by.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
It reminds me, who was like that? Did you hear about that girl like, I think she's Ethiopian or like immigrant from Ethiopia. And she like scammed all these influencers of their money.
Yes. Oh
yeah.
The best part was the Jeff Wittick one.
Jeff Wittick was stupid. I'm sorry.
Jeff Wittick
felt bad for that one.
Jeff Wittick was like Jeff Wittick was like, she told me that her boyfriend or something, and something happened with her boyfriend or something like that, and he was like, I just gave her my credit card and told her to go home. I forgot. Oh my god! It was so funny that I'm trying to recall and I can't because I was too busy laughing when he said, I just gave her my credit card.
I think she spent one night on his couch as well. So everyone just kind of felt like, how do you give a complete stranger that slept on? First of all, how did you have her on your couch? And then you gave her your credit card. But when you go to Twitter to read all the different stories, it's just so, it's like somebody needs to make a movie out of this girl.
I know.
I would watch it. Oh, no. But that's what this is reminding me of. People were trusting her because she's name dropping and so and so knows me, and you just
something's gonna happen to her because with these things, I watched 2020, and with these things, a lot, one, they end in murder, but two, it takes a long time for the authorities to find out what's happening. Believe me, there is obviously a case, but it takes time because I watched 2020 and you hear these stories of so-and-so, the shady husband, was running some type of money scheme, but the authorities were on it. Or what's her name? Jen Shah from The Real Housewives.
Jen Shah.
Yes. That's her name, right? I believe her name is Jen Shah. But anyway, she was running this money scheme, and they started in New York. That's what I was referring to. They started in New York, but it took them so many years to really catch to where it was coming from, but they have her point blank. She's going to jail. She's going somewhere.
When you do money stuff like that, and who caught her? Was it the FBI that caught her?
I think so. Hey Jay, I think so.
Yeah. When you doing money stuff and the FBI comes knocking, just go ahead, say your condolences to everybody, say goodbye, pack your bags. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
So what happened was she was running this scheme to where, and I believe because I work with the patient, and a lot of scammers know that the patient is such and such years old. So the patient gets a lot of these calls, and I always think of Jen Shaw, because what the scheme was is that they would call up people and say, oh, do you want to save up money for this? They would say like coaching. They would say that they would help them with their business, help them with their life goals. And this one lady would take out like $30,000 while they help her get to where she needs to be. But then they needed an extra, you know how the thing works. They needed an extra like $30,000, and she had taken like a mortgage out on her home, etc. And so Jen Shaw, her part in all of this was that all she would do is that she would provide the names. So she provided them with a list of names of people to call. That was
what, like these were old people that they were calling?
Yeah. So she, I don't know how
why would you?
And get this, her assistant, honestly, we should do a podcast about it. Her assistant, turned against her, I think last year, and pleaded guilty. I believe that was the story. And oh my gosh, Hulu did one on her. We'll get copyright.
I'm watching.
Yeah, Hulu did one on her, and it was really, really good. Really, 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 really sad.
Stuff like this also fascinate cults and stuff and scammers. Cults and scammers fascinate me.
Oh, and then what ruined Jen Shaw? Jen Shaw is absolutely insane, because what ruined her was when one of her staffs recorded her. She had the Real Housewives reunion was coming up, right? It was like the day prior, and she had like fired all her staff or some shit, but she went up. I want to find that clip real quick. I want to find the clip real quick where Jen, I'll just find it real quick to show you. She goes off on her. Insane. Like, let me see. Oh, that's right. You guys can't see the screen.
Yeah, what I don't understand is when you're targeting the elderly, that's a protected class. So it's like whatever was going to happen to you now, it's going to be double worse because you're messing around with the financially protected class.
It already shows up. Jen Shaw yelling at staff. Come on, can someone just show me the clip? I don't want these 5-minute videos. Oh, you know what? It's got to be in this video. Let me see. I have that Dixie D'Amelio song. Oh, yeah, it's in here. Okay. Show the screen real quick.
And that's it. And you can stop fucking smiling, bitch.
Okay, it's coming up. Okay, can you guys see it? Okay, cool.
Stop here. And that's it. And you can stop fucking smiling, bitch, and being a fucking bitch. Because you are. Yeah, you are.
She's talking to her staff.
Handle this shit. No, not let it. You fucking handle it.
Talk to her staff.
Fucking don't have a fucking attitude with me. I'm fucking going to reunion this week. Shut the fuck up. Okay. No, you all shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out. I'm tired.
So one of her staff is recording this. She's yelling at her staff.
I would record too. Oh shit.
You guys are fucking. You think this is funny? This is funny? This is my shit.
Damn. Is that it?
Like, is that it?
Oh my goodness. She's yelling at her staff. Not even like a
Wow.
family. Not that it's better, but
Yeah, I used to work for a guy. I never saw him explode like this, but I used to work for a guy who.
wow. People deal with people like this.
Yeah. People.
Is that it? Like, what is? How long is this? Oh, it's almost done. She comes back in, so it's almost done.
Oh.
It's fucking reunion. You think I'm gonna listen to this shit?
Listen, please don't. Okay.
No, what the fuck is this shit? I have been very patient all fucking night.
So,
Wow.
mm-hmm.
Well, that's another scammer.
All because I think I watched the documentary in December and I already forgot. I think it was something to do maybe with her dress or something like that for the reunion. I think that's what it was. Don't quote me on that, but I think it had something to do with her dress, and she was talking about the reunion that she has to go to this. And this came out before the reunion, so could you imagine? I need to see that. I didn't see the reunion because I didn't watch this franchise. I watched like New York, OC, Beverly Hills, Atlanta, those. So okay, back to Kim Kardashian. It was really, 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 really sad. Dixie D'Amelio.
I still haven't heard that song.
Gave the credit card information to various members of the Kardashian family who used the card without her consent, even after their relationship ended. So even after Kim wasn't working as a stylist anymore, she was still using the card, or at least the siblings were. So this is such a messy situation. And how, I mean, it's not like the family members
Oh, you weren't even working for that girl. How
to her family
that was
to just
so
use
dumb.
as they please. So Ray J and Brandy's mother, Sonia, actually said that her children were urging her not to press any charges because they're friends and all of that. But Sonia was like, oh no, they're not going to get away with $120,000. And we actually asked them to pay it back and they wouldn't. So they have to take it to court. And when all of this was going down, Sonia was having a heyday with the media because she was going around claiming that like Kim Kardashian harmed her credit card and that she screwed her daughter as well. And just, it was really bad for Kim's reputation. So it would be in Kim's best interest to try to fix everything. Well, you would at least think so. So Sonia was looking for all of her money back plus 10% interest because she's been waiting around for this money and she wants them to pay up. And Kim Kardashian did actually admit to using Sonia's card and Brandy's card and spending it on certain things, but it wasn't like fancy trips and vacations and things like
This is
It doesn't
insane.
matter what it was for, girl.
It's not even that. Like, this is an arrest. This is like, isn't this like, this is embezzlement?
Yeah,
right?
that is illegal. That is fraud. That is
Identity theft? No?
yeah, like you could dial 911 and have Kim arrested. Yeah.
Yeah.
that. It was to help stock their fashion stores, Dash and Smooch, which I think is even like worse. Like, how do you think you're entitled to this money to stock up your
Wait,
store to
bitch.
make more money for yourself? It just seems so greedy. If you really needed that money, you can go and get investors and things like that and do it the right way. But of course, it seems like
money to invest in her own business. No, bitch.
How did she think?
Oh my god.
She must have had some like, I don't understand how.
How did you feel comfortable to do that?
Yeah, this doesn't sound real, or this doesn't sound. I don't know. Like, why Brandy's mom? Why not Brandy?
Well, he said, that they were friends, and Brandy didn't want to rock the boat with their friendship.
Oh. Oh, so
And the mom said,
maybe
hell no. She gonna pay us
so
back.
maybe Brandy was like, okay, but the mom was like, you're taking advantage of my daughter and using her.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what it was.
I would too.
That
Mom,
doesn't make
no,
any
that's my
sense
friend.
for the
I don't think it's enough.
mom to. That's why they didn't pay it back, because Brandy wasn't the one who was suing them. It was the mom, and it's not the mom's money. That's weird.
Mm.
I don't know. This sounds so weird and fishy.
The Kardashian family likes to cut corners. And just to get into the fine details, it looks like they spent about $62,000 in 2006 and $57,000 in 2007. And then in 2008, she filed a lawsuit against them. Here's a little screenshot of the actual court filing. And as you guys can see, it's Sonia versus all of the Kardashians. And they're also including Dash and Smooch. So they were suing everyone, and they're going to get their money back. And when all of this news broke, the Kardashians did actually make a statement. They said the charges against the Kardashians are meritless. No reason for them. Both Kim and Khloe were employed by Sonia and Brandy and all of them, and they never used their credit cards without permission. The Kardashian family looks forward to proving the absurdity of these claims in a court of law, but they don't ever actually go and prove anything. And Sonia was actually pretty tame and kind when speaking about the Kardashians, and she claimed that she didn't want to actually sue them. She just wanted her money back. And honestly, I believe her. But how is Kim going to get that money back? I mean, they're suing her whole family. They're suing her stores. They're suing everything. She really has nothing left. But she does have Ray J. And as you guys know, there is a very popular and famous tape out.
Oh, Ray J could have paid it. That's why they didn't care.
No, the sex tape.
There of Kim Kardashian that launched her to fame. And honestly, I don't shame anyone that does this type of work or anything at all. And look at Kim Kardashian now. So it was really great for her career. And it also gave her some cash to get out of maybe a lawsuit and give them a pretty penny to settle. So nobody ever speaks about this. And the timing of everything is really convenient because it's not like the tape was just leaked out to the public. It was like through a company, you had to purchase it. There was a whole paywall and everything. So this tape made the Kardashians a lot of money. And even though it was devastating to Kim, and you guys know the show, we all saw it break down on the show. I think that this tape really just like saved her in many different ways. So the case ultimately was settled in 2009 and it was dismissed. And because it was dismissed without prejudice, that means the case can never be appealed or refiled. So both parties accepted to, close the book, close the chapter, and never bring it up again. But I do believe there's still something sketchy when it comes to Kim Kardashian's closet business. I feel like we need to do a deep dive into her relationship with certain clients. I don't know if there's information out there, but I just think there's something sus. I know at one point that she was using.
I just remembered. Okay, so maybe like next time, but he has a video that came out today of Kris Kardashian's sketchy, or Kris Jenner's sketchy church.
Oh yeah, that church. Yeah, that's fake. That's I don't know what you call it, money laundering. I don't know, but yeah, I definitely think Kris Jenner's church is probably a form of tax evasion and all of that.
I don't know. I don't see now. She doesn't need that. She's rich as could be.
Yeah.
I feel like they were probably sketchy in the beginning, but now that they're rich, they don't need to be sketchy anymore.
I need to watch them. I don't know if they're still using it or not.
A profit of her eBay sales and sending it over to a church that her mother created. And I don't know if that 10% came from some celebrities who were also doing business with her, but it was going into her mother's pockets. And actually, her mother's church seems to be pretty sketchy in general. It's a huge tax write-off, and the pastor is problematic, which I'm actually filming a second video that's already up. If you want to go and check it out and learn all about Kris Kardashian's sketchy church, then go and check out that video because it's out right now. But for Kim and Brandy, their relationship was pretty much over at this point. I mean, how do you even reconcile after this lawsuit? Brandy actually told Wendy Williams back in 2012 that her and Kim just grew in different directions, which again makes sense to me with the whole lawsuit and the fact that you did it with Ray J and then sold it out there. I feel like it's just kind of awkward. But that's all that I got for you guys today. As I was doing research for Brandy, I did find an article about how she pretty much took a woman's life in a car accident. And I think it's really interesting how many celebrities have pretty much killed people in car accidents and get away with it. Especially when we see that truck driver that got 110 years in jail for accidentally harming people. And I don't know, it's like normal people go to jail for literally car accidents like these, but celebrities just get away with it. And there are so many of them. So if you want me to talk about Brandy's or anyone else's, please let me know. And here's my email below. Let's go ahead and open a PO box. Okay, so this one doesn't have any.
Wow.
Oh, Kimmy. Oh my gosh. But that would make a lot of sense. That would be a scary thing, but I could also imagine the mom being like, well, we gotta pay something. We gotta figure out a way. We cannot have this on our record. And
But keep in mind, like an actual studio leaked it though, like a studio did, a professional.
Professional.
Yeah, it was leaked by an actual like production company or something like that. He said. So
Mhm.
yeah, interesting. Man. Well, Kim Kardashian, she doesn't have to worry about anything now, but 100K is nothing to her now. So
Yeah, I know.
mm,
Now,
damn. Well, wow, we talked about a lot today. We went from talking about depression to I don't even know how we ended up here, but Camille. Ugh.
talking about all kinds of mental health and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Camille talked about Nick Cannon, talked about suicides, especially in the Black community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking to see if there's anything else.
Yeah, no, that
Yeah.
was it. And like Hello Leash, but
And Hello Leash.
thoughts about it.
Mm.
Any last thoughts, guys? Oh, wait, it's 2 hours and 54 minutes, so we should talk for 6 more minutes to make it 3 hours.
The last thoughts will be 6 minutes.
Why not? No, honestly though, how was your week? I feel like we never share. Like, actually, we were really personal today. I was very personal today. Yeah, we
Mhm.
talked about suicide, depression, shit, like what meds
Yeah,
we
the
take.
misconceptions
Mm-hmm.
of depression and
Oh, hey, Davita. She's like, sorry, I'm late. I
Davita.
was asleep having a nightmare. Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry that you had a nightmare.
Mm.
I never recall my last nightmare.
So
Yeah.
fun.
But it did snow here on Saturday, and on Saturday it didn't snow 18 inches like they said. It snowed like 9 inches, so half of what they said. So,
Okay.
yeah, it wasn't bad. It didn't bust my behind in the driveway
Okay, good.
like I normally do. So yeah, life
Good.
is okay right now. Life is. I wish I could be more. Today's February 1st. Happy Black History Month.
Happy Black History Month.
Yes.
And I hope that the kids get to learn more than just George Washington Carver and peanut butter. I hope they get to learn some Black history.
You know what's crazy though? For the first time in a really long time, usually I would always say, "Oh, we only get a month." But because of just, what's happened ever since George Floyd, I don't really feel like we just get a month now.
Mhm.
Am I wrong? Like I just don't
I feel like,
feel
yeah, people are talking about it. I know during when Black Lives Matter was exploding, like for the first time ever in my life, white
Mhm.
people that I know in real life are like talking about
Mhm.
issues. I'm like, oh my God, wow. Like it was so affirming for me to just hear white people that I actually know be like, oh, I totally get it now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my gosh. I don't know. That
know.
was big for me. And then also I had a friend who was like, but it's divisive. I'm like, maybe divisive for you because you only hang out with Southern white people, but can you imagine being Black and for the first time in your life you're seeing people that are not Black actually affirm what you've been experiencing just your whole life? Like this is like unifying to me.
Oh, do you want to
So,
see what did I tell you the neighbor that I got the restraining order, she spit on my
Mhm.
porch?
So can you report her?
Oh yeah, she got arrested.
Good.
Let me show you the video. We got it on video. I'm
So
gonna show you that.
gross. Oh my god.
Yeah, arrested that. I'm sorry.
She
I
has
shouldn't call her B, but
problems.
I just can't stand her. I really can't. I have no tolerance for her anymore. Like I did. I was like, oh, mental health, but like this is what I'm talking about. There's a point.
Yeah. No.
Because everyone was like, she's going through this, she's going through. Okay, but when she got a restraining order, she made sure she was able to. I have to log in. Why did I make
this is what they always. Do you remember that meme of that one boy who worked at the hotel and he was like, "It's above me now." Do you remember that?
No.
Like, so what happened was this older white woman called and to book a room, and he was like, "Oh, all the rooms are filled," and she's like, "You fucking nigga," and let me not say the word. But she called him the N-word, her ER. So he's like, "Oh, well, definitely there's nothing I can do to help you, ma'am. Bye." And he hung up. And then they actually came in person, and the lady's like, "Please, please, we need a place to stay." And he's just like, "I'm sorry, the term that you used is just not acceptable here, and there's nothing that I can do for you." And he just kept saying, "It's above me now." She kept saying, "But please, please, just, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It's above me now." Then the daughter comes in, and the daughter's like, "What's going on? We really need a room." And he's like, "Well, I don't know if you heard what she said to me, but she using the N-word to refer to me because we have no rooms, and there's nothing else that I can do. It's above me now." And then the daughter was like, "Please, she has early onset dementia. She has, just whatever excuse." And he's just like, so that went viral. That was, but what I'm saying is they always want to use that excuse. They're old, they have this issue, that issue, but it's like, there's, to a certain point, it's like you need to like understand that sometimes when you're Black, we would just like to be left alone, and you filed a restraining order to ensure that, and she made sure to breach it.
So here's what she made sure to spitting on our steps is not allowed, but she made sure, this is how much she hates us, because she can't call us the N-word. She has to, when she walks up from getting off of work, she makes sure she spits on our step. Let's watch.
So disgusting.
And then
wait,
twice.
This is y'all steps?
Yep.
She climbed up y'all steps too.
Yeah, she spit twice. Let's watch that again. 1 and 2. Yep, 2 spits. Yeah. Fucking hate
Where
her.
is she walking to? Where did that lead?
Okay, so she's walking, there's a condo like right on the other side. So she made sure she walked to spit twice on our side.
So that stairs is on your side, and so she's using y'all stairs, and then she spit, and then she'll walk to her side.
Yeah.
Yeah, bitch, go to jail.
She makes an effort to spit on our like that's because that's the most she can do. That's the most she can do. So I was like, so I called the police, and I was just like, obviously not the emergency line, but I was just like, "Hey, can she get in trouble for this?" He was like, "Yeah, we can charge her with something." He was like, "Do you have video proof?" No, he goes, "Well, do you have video proof?" And I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah, we can charge her with something." It's like, "Bye, bitch." It's so satisfying. So, and I don't feel, I mean, I know her parents are going to try to get me to drop the charges.
She has this problem, that problem.
Yeah. I don't like, I'm just so over, I can't stand her. I really can't. Like, she's a pain in my ass. I can't stand her. I cannot stand her. And they keep saying mental health, mental health, mental health. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, but I mean, she knows what she's doing. Like, she knows what she's doing. So,
and if y'all really feel like she doesn't know what she's doing, then she needs to be in an assisted living. I mean, either way you want to slice it, she needs to get out of here.
I know, right? And this happened when I wasn't even home. We just had a camera, so we were able to see. Like, I just can't stand. I just. She's one of the people who I absolutely hate. Like, I have so many videos of her, but I'm not even gonna get into it. They're on my Instagram if you want to watch them. But
That's so
yeah.
disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry you have to deal with that.
And I know hate is a strong word, so I try not to say I hate her, but I don't know what else to say because I really can't stand her.
I mean,
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, oh my gosh. So, oh, good thing you have security. I remember that. Yeah, thank you, Davita, Stephanie, Monica, Melissa,
J-Heaps.
numbers and letters. I'm not going to say the name, but I'm
Joseph
afraid that
Biden.
because of what happened this weekend, I'm afraid that we probably lost someone who usually watches us. I'm afraid.
Well, because of the drama thing with
Yeah.
Halalish,
Mhm.
they're with the cult.
Because I remember this person, I'm not gonna say the name, but I remember someone saying like, "Oh no, don't welcome her back on to the internet or whatever," something like that. And I'm afraid we probably lost someone because of that. I'm afraid so.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
could be wrong. I could be totally wrong, but I think so.
Melissa Brown, strawberry pound cake.
Strawberry pound cake. Hey. And Melissa. And yeah, that is everyone who joined us today. Or not joined us, but and Jay. Can't forget you. Hey Jay. Davita goes, was it my bestie? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It was just putting, I know, like, I didn't know there was people who watch this, but they're like, they hate Hella Leash and they're really with her mods. And so, or her ex mods, I should say. So I was like, oh, I hope
don't know
it
nothing about that.
is.
I don't know Hella Leash enough to say
Mhm.
anything.
Mhm. Well, yeah, I don't know. Any last words? Because I think I've said everything about anything, especially her. Now I've really said everything. That's why I always try to be quiet and say, "Oh, I will never talk about her." Because once I start, like I just go off, and I can't. I just go off. Like you
I mean,
said
yeah, it's
this.
an annoying
You said that.
situation. So why wouldn't you?
I know, but it goes off to where there's so many things, and then um people were like, oh, because what happened is, I guess, like some of the, I didn't even know they were, I'm sure they were saying stuff on their Twitters, but of course, through the DMs, people were like, because they're friends with these people who hate me. So, but they keep their accounts private. So I was getting sent messages of what they were saying or tweeting out.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. But,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's, I'm not scared of the crowd, of the cult.
Yeah, don't
So.
be scared.
I'm
I
not.
think, well, I can't, I'm not even really going to share what I think because I don't know the full situation, but
Well,
don't be scared.
you don't. No, it's okay. I'm sorry I missed the Hello Leash discussion because I have opinions on that. Davita, what is your opinion, real quick? I want to hear your opinion.
Yeah, the thing was that Hello Leach was supposed to come back today, and then she said never mind because of the mob against her. I know that they're, upset that she treated them a certain way and she's not really apologetic.
And how I explained it real quick again for analogies, how I explain it is this. This is how I feel about this whole entire situation. And it's like a Law and Order SVU show where the public is at the part where Olivia Benson walks in and sees the victim and feels sorry for the victim. That's where the public is at, and that's where it has left off for them. For me, I was able to watch past that to where Olivia Benson in this particular episode also finds out that the victim was also the abuser. So I was able to see that, whereas the public is still with Olivia and Ice-T with the victim. So that's or Finn, that's what they call him. So Olivia's still with Finn with the victim. So that's my analogy with this whole entire situation. And I feel like the mods are hurting their own feelings by continuing to watch the Patreon and leaking clips and messages. Yeah. So this weekend, Davida, it's not my character to be like antagonize people and be like, hey, I'm going to show some screenshots or whatever. But I did. And I didn't show any screenshots. I did it to give them a taste of their own medicine. Because if you recall, if you guys were in that Xylee live or heard anything, if you recall, their argument is, well, hello, Leash. If she's talking about us, even if it's behind privacy, behind a paywall, if she's talking about us, even without saying our names, we are allowed to respond. We are allowed to react. People are sending us these screenshots, so we are allowed to react. Now, I've known that they've always been screenshotting, talking about me, screenshotting my Twitter, etc. since November. I've known that, but I was on the belief of the privacy, but I decided this weekend to stoop to their level and be like, okay, let's be not really stooping to their level, but stoop to their logic here. So if I'm receiving screenshots from their Discord of them talking about me, then don't I not have the right to respond? Huh? Like I'm losing their logic. So I was like, okay, let's play this. So I got petty this weekend because I was like, let's play this then. If I am getting screenshots of you guys screenshotting of me saying, welcome back, Hell Leash. If I'm getting screenshots of you guys saying, oh my gosh, ha ha ha, she deleted her Twitter. If I'm getting screenshots of you guys sending all these memes about me and stuff like that. If I'm getting screenshots of you guys saying how I was yelling at Malcolm, then I have that right to respond according to their logic online. They can't have it both ways. Now, so that's how I genuinely feel about it. They're like, oh, she told you, because they were like, Sarah told you to respect the Discord and be okay, but you're not respecting anyone else's privacy, so why should I respect yours? Why should I respect yours? You're talking about me. I'm getting screenshots. I have the right to respond. So why should I respect yours? Jay goes, what do you think of Leash Bird video that she deleted?
What video?
Okay, yeah. So here's the thing. I talked to Alicia this weekend, and listen, I've said it before. I'll scream it again. What she did was wrong, but the problem is she doesn't think she did anything wrong. Now, her and I, we agree on certain things. We agree on some things because I've had a taste of this cult, and they are not so. They are the bullied who are now the bullies, and I've had a taste of them, and this is before this weekend, and I'm gonna tell you, behind those I love yous, behind those mental health, there's some shady people. I mean, these people, they're sitting there. I'm witnessing these people. Their whole argument is we just want Leash to stop talking about us, right? Well, then how is it that if you just want her to stop talking about, then why is it that I witness all of you guys scattling up together to go onto Skip's Twitter to come attack her all at once? What does that got to do with her stuff? You know what I mean? Like they are cult-like because the moment that someone doesn't align with their opinions, they attack, and they attack together. And and if anyone speaks out against their opinions, then all of a sudden it's, everyone brings a torch. You know what I mean? Like, so now what I think about Alicia's video, I was like, honestly, I had it on pause and I was I watched I got up to
what
Logan.
was the video?
It was her trying to kind of show receipts. And I didn't. And I didn't.
Receipts of what?
Just of the people who she was saying that the person who released her crying clip, I forget
crying
which person.
About Gabby Hanna?
No.
See, girl, this is the kind of details.
No, but it was a 2-hour video and she explained it. Like, I didn't finish watching it because I was too busy dealing with the cult at the same time. So I was
she released a video this weekend?
no, but
Oh.
I was talking to her this weekend and she was like, hey, if you watch this video, you'll explain. I was like, oh, hey, I'm going to watch this video. So I was watching it, but then I was also dealing with the cult. And so I never got finished to watching it before she deleted it. And I can honestly just ask her to probably send me a link so I can finish watching it because I want to finish watching it. So yeah, I haven't finished watching it, but so far I had gotten up to the part where she was discussing how they had like a private when shit hit the fan, when the whole her singing a karaoke song that said the N-word, etc. A lot of her mods had a lot of people in her community had like a conference call, and then she brings up this guy named Logan, and that's where I had left off at. So I really didn't get to see the whole entire thing. So Jay said I saw it all twice. Was Brand yeah, that's how Udoka feels, that it's like stupid impersonal drama. Jay goes, wish you would go back to her deep dives and stop doing lives.
Yeah, that's something about Hello. This is why I don't care about Hello Leash anymore, because after the Gabby Hanna thing, and I think she was doing deep dives, so I was like, oh, let me subscribe to this chick. But then I noticed that she just kept doing lives, and it just Gabby Hanna would always be on there. And I just didn't understand what was going on. This was back when I didn't realize there was whole communities and relationships behind the scenes.
Yeah, these people these people will attack and go to they would go to her, so they would find someone on her Twitter that was like actually personally knows Alicia in real life, and then would go bother them about, like, they were on a mission. Tell me, guys, how is this possible? This is how like dedicated they are to the cause. I could tweet out something and immediately it's screenshotted and posted. If it's about them, it's screenshotted and posted on the Discord. But tell me this, how is it that none of them follow me? None of them, but I'm able to, within moments, they are able to screenshot it and post it on the Discord. What does that say when none of them follow me? And they have that same cult-like behavior with the same way how they hated Gabby Hanna is the same way how they gravitated toward, with each other, and they go and hate on some other person. And, I was watching Smokey Glow's video on this, and it was a podcast that she did with her husband. And she said, Hannah was like, she said, she made a comment of, I'm so glad that they have the support that they need. But in this situation, I think it's worse. I think they do need support, but I don't think they need support with each other. I think it's actually toxic. It creates this toxic environment to where they can't move on. I think their support system should be like, I don't know, their therapist, their friend that doesn't know Hello Leash. You know what I mean? Because it is so toxic from looking at all that stuff that I don't think that's good for them. But, I can't tell anyone how to react. Well, then they can't tell me how to react then. It's just, it goes both ways. Their arguments, it's like, it goes both ways. I don't even know why I was respecting them so much and their privacy for what, because you don't seem to respect the Patreon. Because their whole argument is, oh, well, we can't help it if people send us screenshots. Okay, well, then I can't help it if people send me screenshots of you guys talking shit. How about that? So it's like, it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. And I literally had to call people out by name so they knew, oh yeah, oh shit, she actually
oh yeah,
yeah. Yeah, I had to literally call people out by name on Twitter to be like, yeah, didn't you say this? Didn't you say that? So Blossom, you're letting their crazy get to you. Just forget them and block people who are sending you screenshots. No, I've known since November that they were talking about me. I've known that since November. The only reason I stooped to their logic is because Hello Leash aside, she was supposed to come back this Tuesday and she was like, hey, Blossom, do you want to like call in? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, sure. And she didn't come back because I was gonna support her, and I still do support her. And she was gonna come back, and then they ran her off the internet again. So that's why, and I knew that was gonna happen, and that's why I stooped to their level, their logic. I stooped there. And so it wasn't like, oh my gosh, because I could have said what I wanted to say December, January. Well, I guess it was January. It was like yesterday. But you know what I mean? Like, I did it for a reason. So that's, I mean, it wasn't like, oh, I'm so tired. I did it for a reason because I'm so tired of them thinking that they can have their cake and eat it too. You guys are the victims, but victims can also be abusers. And they completely deny that. So.
But I would think they would say, I think they would say that it's reactionary. And that's why I'm like, well, then how severe is this issue? Because for me, it doesn't sound that severe. So the reactionary part of it doesn't fly.
Yeah. She is letting them run her off if she kept posting, not lives. Look, here's how I've said it. I've always said this. I just felt like this is why, like, even with my own channel, like, I haven't gone back on there because I don't want to do lives on there because I feel like that's not why people followed and subscribed to me. They followed and subscribed to me to see commentary in a video form on a better, like, you know, quality, like, you know, not like a live quality, but, you know. And so that's why I want to respect those people and not go back until I give them, you know, a quality of what they subscribed for. And I feel like, you know, Alicia should do the same, you know. But I just feel like, you know, her content was great. She should come back and, you know, do her thing. Forget about these haters. Forget about the mob. They need this because they need this no matter how they try to tell you how busy their lives are, etc. No, they need this fixation. I don't know why, but they need it. And it's unhealthy. It's not toxic. Their support group is not healthy at all, if you ask me. And I just think that Alicia should ignore these people, this cult, and move on. That's what I think Alicia should do. And go back and, I don't know, report on Creepshow art. People are not going to say, if she talked about Creepshow art, what are people going to say? No one is as crazy as Shannon. No one's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, people going to say, talk about Creepshow art. You know, your lives are interesting. Hers was just reading super chats with no structure.
Yeah. When I went to her lives, I'll be like, oh, what are you talking about? And she's just reading comments and talking about the comments over and over. And I'm like, okay. And then I try to watch again. I'm like, maybe I just, you know, missed the interesting part. So I would join on time and I just let it play in the background. I'm like, this girl is just reading comments and talking about the Gabby Hanna thing that happened last year. I don't know. I could never get into it. I was like, I don't know why people are still this Hello Leash girl.
I liked Hello Leash, and I thought as soon as she got a little bit into the whole Gabby Hanna thing, like I didn't like. Look, there were videos I didn't like, but overall, I liked her content, and it's one of those things where this is like online stuff, but when you actually also see someone and they're going through it, and then you see, I'm sorry, those victims, they're also abusers too. They are, and they just, you know, it's. But I wish Alicia would just ignore them. I did. Like, I mean,
girl,
when I say ignore them, like.
That Gabby Hanna said they were friends and then she didn't feel like they were friends anymore. I don't know. I just get the impression from her that she's very sensitive. So she's not gonna just have people talking about her and just ignore it.
I will say though, this weekend, I was still able to agree with her on some things. Like, I was just sitting here, like, we agreed with certain things. Here's the thing. I've told her, I've said it to everybody. everyone, what she did was absolutely wrong, cringy, etc. All of it above. Okay. It was all wrong. But I did agree with her with the craziness of these victims as well. Yes, they are victims. What Alicia did was wrong. And yes, these are victims, but how they're going about it is just all kinds of wrong. And, their behavior, it doesn't really justify, like, they don't, if all they wanted was people to just if all they wanted was Alicia to stop talking about them, then they wouldn't plan to go on someone's Twitter and all attack at once because they don't align with their views, if that was really the case. But they don't see that. They say, oh, well, you can't tell. They use these things like, well, you can't tell someone how to react. Like, we were talking about Camille, like, okay, Camille was upset at his wife. So he's allowed to murder his wife? You know what I mean? Like, there's a certain line of telling someone how to react. Like, you don't go and try to stalk down their personal friends from their Instagrams and try to talk to them for what? Really? How is that going to help your cause? Like, you don't force, if someone isn't going to apologize to you, this is real life. Not everyone is going to apologize to you. So as human beings, we have to figure out a way that we can able to handle our hurt. Or cope with our hurt. Cope with it. What you don't do is to force a fucking apology out of someone, because she clearly doesn't think she did anything wrong. She did. She fucking did. But at a point, it's like, what the fuck are you going to do? I get so annoyed because these people, they talk about, it's like they make sense and then they don't. And then overnight, I went from the girl who, oh my gosh, I love the way how you present your words. Oh my gosh, you're so well-spoken. Overnight, I was well-spoken. Love the way how you present your words too. She's dumb. She's stupid. She sounds flustered. She doesn't know what she's talking about. You know what I mean? It came from all that overnight. These people, all these I love yous are fake. These people are not, like, they're victims, but like I told you, I'm at the part in the Law and Order episode where Olivia Benson also finds out that the victim also was the abuser. So, and people just see the Yes, Davida, they also attack people who don't go along with their bullshit, but yet we just want her to stop talking about us. That's all we ever want. But you still go after people because they don't have anything else better to do. They really don't. And it's like, it pisses me off because then they paint me as Blossom. She's just not a good person. She is an honest conversation. Blossom, she is not a good person. I'm like, do you see your server and the shit you guys do? Like, So, anyways, I went off this week. So, yeah. Wow, 3 hours. We were 3 hours and 25 minutes. Oh, you put on some makeup.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice. I was just like I didn't even notice. Oh gosh. Yeah, but if you take anything from this, just don't let anyone bully. Like, even if you have, here's what I wish she would do. I wish she would just not give a fuck. I really wish she would just go up there. That's what you do. I made fun. Guys, my Twitter handle is like, I like my own tweets now because they made fun of me because I guess I had drew like a huge following from not a huge following. No, but I drew like a following after my Hello Leash Live. So I realized after I ended that group, all of a sudden my likes were pretty much just me on my own Twitter. And so they make fun of, look at her, look how many likes she has, none. Like I saw like a screenshot of them laughing at, my likes and stuff. And so I just changed my whole username to I like my own tweets. And then I made like a little cute, I did like a digital art today because I have like, I'm going to make like a mug, like I like my own tweets. Like I feel like this could be like a thing, like I like my own tweets. You know what I mean? Like I like my own posts. That could be like an Instagram thing, like a cool thing. So oh, Jay says 100% not giving a fuck is the only way to go about. Yeah, you have to. That's what I'm trying to say. Like if I was Alicia, I would switch like my Twitter handle. I would be just, I would switch everything to something that someone criticized her with. Use it, own it, get back on your stage and do your damn thing. Do not let these people think that they can take control over you. You know what I mean? You got to compartmentalize their shittiness, pettiness, their claims of, I have a life, I do this, that, and the other, when they don't. Like, you have to separate all of their shittiness and just do your own thing. Get back up there, okay? Don't let these people take you down. Don't let these people, just don't. It's not worth it, because, you know, at the end of the day, you just answer to yourself. When I go to bed, they're not going to be there. You know what I mean? Like, in real life, like when I go to, like, we have to be able to live with ourselves and our choices, and we have to be able to focus on like what we want. If I was Alicia, I'd be focusing on, this is 2022, focus on what you want in life. You know, focus on your goals, and get a notebook, a nice little one. They have the really cute ones, $3.99 TJ Maxx. They have the really cute journals. Make yourself like a goal and if it's so hard for you, do it week by week or do it day by day, every night. If I was her, I would get out of this and just get back in the game. Don't let these people intimidate you. You know, just let them be. Start talking about, I don't know. I think a good comeback, if she ever did, would be Creepshow Art. I'm sorry, but Shannon Margaret Campbell has to be the most craziest person on YouTube right now, if you ask me. I've never seen a scarier person stalk Emily Artful for years like that. So I'm sorry, but Creepshow Art wins the most shadiest person on the internet. And even Hello Leash can talk about Creepshow Art.
So Leash doesn't want to talk about, I don't know. She just strikes me as someone who doesn't want to talk about stuff anymore.
What do you mean? Like nothing?
Like before she left, she wasn't talking about stuff, and I wouldn't have expected her to change upon her return.
I thought she did talk about other people, other than Gabby Hanna.
I don't know. In the lives that I saw, she would kind of mention, I don't know, she wouldn't deep dive. She doesn't. The deep dive that made me want to subscribe to her before, I just know was not doing that anymore. Maybe she's not interested.
Let's see. Oh, wow, now there's all these Hello Leash videos again. Are you serious? Oh, wow. Okay. Anyways. Okay, so she talked about Shane Dawson, Jeffree Star. Shane Dawson. Oh, Davida goes, I stopped sympathizing with the mods since one of them admitted to still watching the Patreon. They go out of their way to keep the drama going when they say they wanted to stop. Get this, Davida. I said they went out of their way, and they go, no, we don't go out of our way. Our friends send us the screenshots. Like I said that. I was like, their huge thing is, no, we don't go out of our way. I'm like, yes, the fuck you do. By looking at it is going out of your way. Okay? Come on. Let's not play dumb. We all know what we're doing. We're all adults, I think. So let's not play dumb. No, she's talked about, Shane Dawson twice, Emma Chamberlain, Keemstar, and Gabby Hanna, Edwin Generation. There was Gabby Hanna stuff.
On live, right?
Well, all of it is live.
Yeah.
Oh no, she did talk about Creepshow Art. That's insane. Maybe they did the research for her. That's why she ain't doing deep dives anymore. No, they didn't. They didn't do the research. No, because out of all the stuff that they talked about doing for her, they never mentioned research. And I feel like they would have. You know what I mean? They were like giving us the tea and they didn't mention research. They mentioned controlling the Discord, things like that. But you also have to ask yourself too, the people who sat and continuously watched, you also got to think if there's a correlation with people being a cult like that and them sitting and watch one person consistently talk about the same person. You know what I mean? Like there's a correlation with that. Because I can never sit and watch someone talk about the same person. Don't get me wrong. I like Alicia and I like her content, but I can never sit and watch like every single Gabby Hanna people and the Gabby Hanna video, and these people did. So there has to be a correlation with that and people and these people being controlling, want you to do what they want in the hate mob. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yes, it's the same people, it's the same thing that they do to Gabby Hanna.
mm,
Now it's just switched on you.
yeah. I mean, I just think here's what I think Alicia should do. I think she should come back, but don't tell anyone she's coming back. And just come back. And I think she shouldn't announce it because I think that got them. They were all waiting for today to happen. They were all waiting for,
But the thing is that even if she doesn't announce it, they will see that she's back. She'll still get the hate and she can't tolerate it.
Oh, I know. But here's the thing with these people, they're already planning like little things of like they're ops people to me. These people, because, when you see someone, immediately Alicia would post an Instagram post, and then in the Discord they're like, Alicia just posted, and then you know what I mean, and they're all like already on the attack, and they're sending screenshots and stuff in the Discord at the time. And I'm with these people, it gives them a week to kind of plan out like what they're gonna do. You know what I mean? Like,
but the point is, it doesn't matter how accurately planned the hate is. She's going to get hate. She don't want to deal with it.
I know, and I feel like I just wish if she can, okay, with her amount of hate, I would think for YouTube timeline, YouTube years, their dog years, YouTube years, I would post, and I'm being serious. For her, I would post 3 times a week. I know 3 times a week is something she does not do, but here's what I would do. I would post 3 times a week for her comeback. And I would do that for 2 months. 2 months. And eventually people are going to be like, you're going to see more comments of, oh, Leash, I'm so happy you're not talking about Gabby Hanna. You know what I mean? You're going to see more positive comments. Like, and I just... like, she just has to get over the hate because the hate's going to happen. It's just going to happen. Davita wants to call in.
Yeah, we got to figure out how to have people call in.
No, it's easy.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm going.
Yeah, it's just, I got to send you the link. So I'll put it in the description.
Description or chat?
I mean, the chat. Let's see. Yay! I'm so excited. Because I did that for Roadhog. He used StreamYard. So I was like, oh, is it that easy?
Okay, so you just get on, yeah.
Yeah.
You can choose who gets on. You can kick people off.
Yeah. I'm so excited. And we were going to end this at 2 hours and 56 minutes. Or 54 minutes, I think. But yeah. And see, here's how I know more people are from that chat right now, because notice our views went up to 9. So someone is from the Discord is watching. No, I'm serious. That's how they do it. It's insane. Like, if you don't have a life, whoever you are watching, no, I'm serious. I'm not even being insane. This is what it is. If you don't have a life, if you have a life, then stop watching. Seriously, I'm not. This is how it is. I'm so certain.
Davida, you don't need to have an account.
No, you don't. You just press the oh, yay, Davida. Okay. I'm going to add you to the stream in just a second when Udoka comes back. Jay goes, if it wasn't 12 a.m. here, I would call too. Cool. There's always next time. That's cool. I think call-ins are awesome. Get to like express how people feel and stuff. So Yeah. Yeah. Amy, gosh, Davita, we're just waiting for Udoka. But meantime, I'm excited. Dun, dun. I just can't hide it. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my gosh, I would play the Dixie D'Amelio song, but I feel like I'm gonna get copyrighted, even though we're not monetized. I was really, 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 really sad. Well, in the meantime, I think that I just feel like no one should ever be bullied off the internet. I just don't feel that way unless you're like a PDF file, then obviously, but I've been watching, speaking of PDF files, I've been watching Seventh Heaven. And so Stephen Collins, I have to compartmentalize him being like a PDF file and me watching Seventh Heaven and him being a pastor. Because it's literally the opposite of what he, you know what I mean? And so it's, sometimes some episodes it's kind of rough. It's rough, but yeah. See, this is how I know someone is now we have 10 this whole entire live we've had like 3 or 4 people I'm just saying, this whole entire live, and it's very possible that maybe we're just watchable right now, but I highly doubt it. And mind you, I get it, we were like a tiny we barely make it on that YouTube map, I'm highly aware, but still, yeah. So, but when are we going to make that 5% shirts? I want to make that 5% like shirts. Hopefully Trisha won't want any 5% of it. Or Cowley.
Is Davita on yet?
Yes. No, I was waiting for you. I was waiting.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to add you, Davita.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Davita.
Hi, Davita.
Right now. Okay, so 2 thoughts on the Halloween situation. The first one I want to bring up is tokenization. And I've noticed that they like to bring that up a lot. And one instance that I'm thinking of specifically, there's a how do I say this? Because I don't want them coming after me on Twitter.
Oh, so what do you mean by tokenization? I'll take full credit. Come for me. And they're probably all like rolling, no one's talking about. Come for me. I will take all the hate.
Well, there's one African-American person in that group who a lot of the people do a lot of talking for.
Yeah.
And they always want to say that Alicia is tokenizing her. But I'm just like, so are you. Because you're talking for her. Because she's busy doing stuff, living her life, planning a wedding. But y'all are on Twitter talking for her, accusing Alicia of tokenizing her, and you're doing the same thing by speaking for her, like she can't do it herself. So I take issue with that.
And so, Davita, real quick, because I'm so this is the part I'm kind of slow here. When you say tokenize, are you saying someone in the Discord or someone in Alicia's group?
The X mods.
So one of the X mods is African American. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And that she.
And then the other X mods who are non-POC are always bringing up how Alicia used her in that N-word controversy. But you guys keep bringing up the N-word controversy and using this person and speaking for her to come at
Alicia. So you're tokenizing this woman to weaponize her against Alicia. And I have an issue with that.
That is the tactic, I noticed.
Well, that's how I felt about Malcolm, because let's be real. I mean, I just, that's how I felt. I felt like it was black girl going against black guy. I felt
that too. I felt that too.
I felt that, but God forbid you say anything like that. Blossom, on all this conversation, she's not a good person. Like, they literally was in that Discord. It was like Blossom was yelling at listen, Davida, out of all the things they've said, out of all the memes, out of all the screens, out of all the laughs and stuff, I've ignored that, because I was like, that's whatever. They can say whatever, right? That was the only one thing that pissed me off. I was like, because I was making sure that I was like, trying to be calm about it, and I was just trying to be respectful. And I shouldn't have, I don't know why I thought I needed to respect their privacy then and there, because they weren't respecting anyone else's. So I just, I don't know why, but yeah. So what was your second point?
And then my second issue with them is they're doing all this talking about Alicia on Twitter, and then they get mad at people for sharing their 2 cents. And it's like, well, you're doing it on a public platform, and you're not disabling comments on your tweets. If you don't want to hear opinions from others, then turn off comments on your tweets.
Yeah.
But they like attack people. Oh, you're a supporter, you're this, you're that. And it's just like, no, you're on a public platform, you're expressing your feelings publicly, so people are going to respond to your public tweet. If you don't want anybody to share their opinions, turn off the comments or don't do it at all. You have a private Discord, use that.
That's how I felt. That's exactly how I felt. And I can't remember because it was really long ago, but I don't even know. And I think it was the littlest thing I said about Leash in that Discord. I was just like, oh, maybe I have to paraphrase and say all I was saying was that she was a human too, and she has feelings too, and they just all like attacked. And then they told me to stop my bitching when I was just trying to have a conversation. And I said really, really like Nayli was the one who said stop my bitching. And that's another thing. I've been really hesitant about calling out names, but here's how I feel about it. Once they're on a platform,
at this point, girls, just say the names. This point,
yeah.
I'm trying to avoid it because I'm still on Twitter.
Yeah,
and I still follow those people.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I muted them because I just can't anymore.
Yeah, like because I was told, by Nayli to stop their bitching, to stop my bitching.
Stop yours. It's not that hard.
But this was in the Discord, and this was the big thing that made me decide, because when I was sending this message, I think I thought for maybe like a good moment, how can I just say something with coming off super polite? Because I was really like wanting to fit in. And then when I read stop your bitching, and it wasn't even that mean of a comment, because I've read worse. It's not even that got me. It was a realization that here I am. I had a world pausing moment. It was like, here I am. I took the time to try to write something, that it wasn't going to be sensitive. I really thought about it because I really wanted to be like their friends. I was like, okay, let me just think about this. And then I was told to stop my bitching. And I was like, wait.
No,
here's the thing. They can't complain that you're reacting about something that's supposed to be private, because they are reacting.
Exactly.
To a private Patreon.
They can share their feelings on the situation, then you have the right to share yours, especially if you're somewhat involved, because they're coming at you for having a different opinion from them.
Yeah. And then
like the more I think about it, the more it really just upsets me, like the hypocrisy of it all. It's just like they want to do it and nobody else can. It's like rules for thee, but not for me situation. And I just find it problematic and toxic.
Exactly. It's super toxic. And that's why everyone keeps forgetting that I am not, like I said, I talked to Alicia this weekend, and honestly, I told her every single thing. I've repeated it, but I've also had, but what they want is after you talk to her, they want you to still carry a torch in your hands and hate her the way how they hate her. And I can't do that because in that same conversation, I've also had laughs with her this weekend as well. I was also able to share with her like just things that I felt from the group that were toxic, And so and it's like they want you to just have this one emotion towards her. They want to even control that, but they don't see themselves. Oh yeah, here's the kicker too. So after, and this is a part that, like I said, I shouldn't have done, but I antagonized them because I was petty AF this weekend because I was just so tired of it. But I was tired of it because I knew they were going to I just had a feeling that Alicia wasn't going to come back. I wanted her to come back, but I knew they were just going to run her off. And so that's why I was fed up and I was like, you know what? I could be petty too. I don't know why I've been trying to let's protect their privacy. Why haven't what for what? Why should I protect their privacy when they like what you said, they don't do the same? And I'm like, I'm sitting here saying, oh, I can't say this, I can't say that, I can't say this. And I'm like, it's annoying. And so I just feel like they lost I believe that they're victims. I truly do. That hasn't changed one bit. But like I said,
to be honest with you,
Mhm.
I don't think they're victims. I don't think they're victims. Like the stuff that they're complaining about are so minute. Because like when I think of victims, I think of people that were actually hurt. Like actually physically, mentally hurt. And like the stuff that
No, they were
explain to me what kind of things are they complaining about? Because the only thing that has made sense to me thus far is somebody said they were doing all this extra work and they should have been compensated and they weren't.
Mhm.
And that's literally the extent of my understanding of what they're mad about.
I'm just like, whose fault is that? Is it Alicia's or is it yours for not speaking up sooner? Or putting your foot down and be like, hey, I think I'm doing a little too much and I'm not getting any recognition or compensation for my work. Like,
no, here's the thing. I truly believe in that scenario. Wasn't there. Truly believe that the way how they're acting, it is very possible with just their behavior and how they're just so, they're so wanting. I can't explain it, but
they want validation for
yes, validation. And so because I could see them fight. One mod was fighting over the other mod because they felt like the other mod wasn't doing their work as due. You know what I mean? I was like, what the fuck? What? Like, and they felt like one mod wasn't doing enough work. So the other mod wanted to get the other mod fired from that title job. You know what I mean? It was so weird to me. And I'm like, why is this? So clearly it was validation. And I feel like Alicia, even though I personally feel like they were fighting they wanted this because they viewed Alicia as, someone like a queen. I think, and I've said this, I think that she needed to step in and I know she realized that, but she was probably just so flattered. But I think she really needed her responsibility as someone that has that following is to step in and realize when to cut that relationship. You know what I mean? When to make it a professional one and a friend one. And although she may feel differently about that, that's what. So even if I truly believe they wanted to, but I think that it's not their fault only because it is a parasocial relationship to where she did have the following and they viewed her as, as that power dynamic. So
she didn't set proper boundaries.
Right. So that's what I do believe. But at this point, they're just mad because here I am and they trusted me to let them. First off, when I was on Twitter and I didn't even know what a fucking Discord was. And so then I thought, oh, let me just ask on Twitter. Let me just ask on Twitter. And then someone said from the group, hey, I'll see if I can let you in this group. I was like, okay, cool. So then I go on to this group and I didn't realize that they were a bunch of ex-Hellish mods. But I thought at a place where I was at in my life a few months ago, I thought, you know what? I want to make friends. I think this will be fun. Maybe this is how you do it online. Maybe this is how you make friends online. So, I wanted to be friends, and I was just like, listening to these people and try to be like supportive in anywhere I could with certain things. And I just wanted to be friends with these people. But I realized I realized I didn't want to be friends with these people. Like, I realized when we had that discussion and Nayli was saying, like, stop talking, stop bitching or whatever, I was just like, okay. And mind you, that's not the meanest thing I've ever heard. So I don't want anyone to think, oh my gosh, I was like so devastated. I was upset because I spent so much time in really thinking of how I could be polite with this. And it was still viewed a little. And then I received immediately as I left the Discord, I received people from that Discord who reached out immediately, were like, oh, I feel the same way. I feel, and girl, you spoke up sooner. I'm glad you did, because I'm so scared to say anything, and so I've received that. And then there's some people who are in the Discord who I'm just like, I get that, I like, so I'm just there's people in the Discord who I still do like. I wish, it's sad that, yeah, I'll just leave it there. But because I still, you know what I mean? I just wish, I'll say it, I just wish that they would leave the Discord and realize that there's more better people out there, So, but
And you know what? I really like Nelly. She's like very intelligent, insightful.
who?
Nelly.
Oh, Nayli.
Like when that whole drama with Gabby was going on, I really loved reading her like deep dive threads on Twitter about that stuff. But it's a little disappointing to hear that she said to you, "Stop your bitching." And if that was me, I would have clapped back. Well, I'll stop my bitching when you people stop your bitching. Like, I'm only talking because you are.
Right. But then their whole big thing there is that you can't tell someone how to react to a traumatizing thing in their life, So that was their whole thing. And so, yeah, so, I don't really care for Nayli. I know she definitely does. And then here's another thing too. So then I received, mind you, I'm watching all this because I'm like, why the hell not? Why can't I do this? And typically I keep in mind from November up until like today, they were still talking their shit. And so and I wasn't bothering them at all. And they still were talking their shit. And so I'm like, really? I'm not even bothering you. And their whole thing is that we don't talk about people unless we have something to react to, which is false. And the same thing with what's her name? Sarah. So Sarah, she actually was really nice. And when Nayli was like, stop your bitching, Sarah was like, okay, guys, try to follow the rules. And, but at that point I realized not for me. So what Sarah's referring to when she like told me off on Twitter, how I'm not a good person, etc., blah, blah, blah. She's referring to how she reached out. And when she reached out, she was like, hey, what happened? Are you okay? Etc. But what she doesn't know is as she was reaching out, I still immediately received screenshots of them all talking shit. So, that's why it was so disingenuous to me. So so that's why when Sarah was like, please just don't say anything in the Discord. Remember that you are a bigger following than the people here. And I'm sitting here like, well, this is disingenuous. What you really want to tell me is that don't fucking say anything. You know what I mean? So please, even though she said it nicely, shows the screenshots of whatever, what was happening in the Discord was a different language. So, yeah. But so they all act nice and stuff, but they are also, yes, they are the victim. Well, you say they're not victims. And another thing too is that that whole argument of, hey, we don't want this type of attention. We don't want this type of, here's the thing. I'm not doxing you. One, I don't know, where they live and anything like that, but I'm saying this argument makes no sense because I'm not doxing you. Anything you put online, I'm using your Twitter name. I'm using your name that you put online. So I'm not responsible if you get stuff. You are, because you posted stuff and I'm reacting to it. So for them to be like, oh, we just don't want this attention, blah, blah, blah. The moment you spoke about this online, there was a possibility that you could get attention from it. And you shouldn't, you know what I mean? Like it didn't make any sense to me. So, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Davita.
I feel so much better now that I got that out because I've been holding my tongue on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Like every time they post something, and I'm just like, like, why are you still talking about this? Like, it's just it like they're just making a mountain out of a molehill with the stuff. Like, and it just seems like they transferred all that energy from Gabby to Alicia.
Yeah.
They did the same thing with Gabby because it was just nonstop shitting on Gabby. And I don't like Gabby at all. I think she's a horrible human being. But they stayed talking shit about her on Twitter. Like, she wasn't even doing anything. She wasn't uploading nothing. It was like dead silence from her. And they were still talking shit. And now they're just doing it to Hella Leash. And I'm just like, why?
And then they're like forcing, and they like to use the argument that they're forcing. They like to use the argument that they just want her to stop talking about them, when in reality, all they're doing is they're forcing her, they're bullying her to apologize. And you can't force anyone to do that.
They should have learned that tactic didn't work on Gabby, so what makes you think it's going to work on her?
Yeah. Like, and it's sad. It's like in real life, when someone doesn't apologize to you, you can't force them to. Like, what? And it's like they feel like they can. And I hate it because, Nayli, because someone sent me something of Nayli saying that, I think it was Nayli, I could be wrong, don't quote me on this, but how she had a lot of anxiety because I had antagonized them purposely over the weekend, how she had a lot of anxiety, blah, 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 so stressed about screenshots, etc. And I'm sitting here like, well, haven't the tables turned? Don't you think? I'm like, now we can acknowledge that we're all human beings here. So we do have anxiety, we do have mental health issues, and here you are carrying on, and maybe not specifically her, because I'm not a stalker like them, so I don't know each person sending this and that. They do. But you know what I mean? Like, so didn't you think that maybe when you guys stalked Alicia, went into like contacted or tried to get into her like people who she knew personally through Instagram, didn't you think about someone like, now I'm sure Skip is fine, but didn't you think that maybe someone like Skip, did you ever think about her mental health issues, her anxiety when you guys all attacked her? And now it's all nice. Now we were supposed to give a fuck about your mental, right? And mind you, on a human to human level, that's what I was doing in the very beginning. I was like, look, I don't want to be, mean, don't want to give up privacy, blah, 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 blah. I didn't want to do any of that to begin with. That's why it was also kind of hard in that life, because I'm like, shit, what do I know behind? What can I say in public? And it was kind of so fucking confusing to me. But I really should have just been out and open with it. That's what I really should have just done, instead of all this back and forth and stuff. Because it's all about them. It's never about anyone else. But they like to portray that we care so much about mental health issues. We love you, Nayli. You didn't do anything wrong. Like,
they're
no.
girls.
Yeah.
Well, some of them are non-binary apparently, but they're mean people.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, and that's the problem. And I don't think, here's the thing, they keep carrying on doing this, they're going to be telling on themselves. Once a year passed by and Alicia tries to come back on, if that's the case, like, let's just say that's the case, and they keep attacking her, people are going to be like, whoa, wait. they need to move on. And I know that's so hard because you can't tell anyone how to react to a traumatic situation. No, but it's like at a certain point, there's a line from reacting to something and just like overboard. And I was watching, like I said, Hannah's or Smokey Glow's video, and she was saying how she's so glad that they had that support system. But let me tell you right now, I think that was the worst thing that could ever happen. I really truly believe that that was the worst thing. It just made their environment way much more toxic. So, and then they have the audacity to be like, I'm using this for clout, or, clout for what? Alicia lost so like for clout. What clout am I getting from this? You know what? And I appreciate the 6 people who are watching right now. I really do. And I appreciate you, Davida, for calling in. But what clout am I getting from this?
No, actually, they're the ones that are clout chasing because they were the ones that were shopping their story to every freaking drama commentary channel on YouTube.
I know.
So,
and I'm cool, tight with Susan, or Bambi Rambles. So yeah, they went and told all their stories to Bambi. And
they legit went to the commentary bros and was shopping the story to them. And then I'm just like, okay, now you lost me. You lost me there. Because like these people were clowning your behind with the Gabby situation, and you were clowning them, and now you're gonna go to them for sympathy and support. Like, no, you're clout chasing now.
Yeah.
This ain't about telling your story or anything like that. No, you're in it for the clout now. The clout and the validation.
Yeah, it's about, because if it was truly just about telling your story, but then their argument could be, well, we wanted to give it to the people who, the outlet that would broadcast it the most. And I'm like, listen, I am all tell your fucking story through the roots, because what Alicia did was wrong. Like, I've never, and they act like they say I'm like on her side. They act like I've said, I just don't hate her with the torch. I mean, I don't, you know what I mean? They don't want her to exist. They care about mental health, all that stuff, but they genuinely want her zipped off the internet. They don't want her to have a voice, not even a little one, not even if it's not about them at all. They don't want that. They'll say that's not what we want. They hide behind she keeps talking about us. Like, no one's forcing you. I had to really stoop to their logic. No one is forcing you to watch those screenshots, just like no one was forcing me to watch those screenshots, what they said about me. You know what I mean? Like, we are human beings that make choices. One minute, these people, and that's the thing, they change overnight. One minute, I was this well-spoken person. I do videos, Udoka, I do videos or voice memos. So I was never one to talk. I was always doing like videos and stuff. And so that was another thing too. I was like paying $9.99 a month to do that. But anyways, so I'm this well-spoken person, and I say my words so clearly, etc. Overnight, I become this person who is stupid, dumb, flustered, doesn't even know what she's talking about. Who is she? Ignorant, etc. I'm all of those things overnight. So you know what I mean? And they just didn't like, and then people get scared when you call people out for being like racist of some kind. All I'm saying is I'm not making it up. They were complaining that I was yelling at Malcolm, and I complained about that. Out of all the memes and shit that they said, I was like, yeah, fine, do all that stuff. I don't care. But I was pissed off about that, because I remember me having it doesn't matter. Anyways, that's what I was pissed about, really. But and even then, when I found that out in November when that happened, and I was like, okay, I'll let it go. But when they were trying to run Alicia off the internet this weekend, I was like, okay, fine, I'll stoop to their logic. So yeah, I'm a clout chaser.
And that's sad that they did that to her. That's the crap they were trying to do with Gabby, trying to run her off the internet, because they were passing around that petition.
What? They had a petition?
Some of them were passing around a petition to get her channel shut down over the summer.
Oh yeah. See, that's what I mean. They're and I think honestly, now they've been so vile. It's so hard to carry even why they were upset. So they were upset, I believe, because they had a friend. Alicia was basically talking shit behind their backs, just to sum it up, and they were upset with that. And then they said that, she made them work and they should have gotten paid for that. So that's where they were upset. Their feelings were hurt. Feelings are valid, but at the same time, this is not the extent to which she deserved. Now, with the whole N-word thing and the whole people say, oh, she just used me as a trophy. I don't know. Maybe. I can't read her mind. Maybe she did. I don't know. But either way, I don't have a problem with that. Alicia's the one who made that a problem for her when she complained about it on her channel. But for me, I can bop to a Drake song or any song that I want with the N-I-G-G-A at the end. Okay, that's just me. So that never bothered me. And I can only speak for myself regarding that. So that's why I never was really bothered. So I think they also, I don't know, they love anyone who has a huge hatred, huge devotion of just hatred towards her. And it's so toxic because she would post something on Instagram and immediately she posted. How are you guys watching her shit every single time? How are you guys so it's unhealthy. How do you guys know instantly that I deleted my Twitter I kid you not, I deleted my Twitter, right? I kid you not, Davida, within, I would say 40 seconds of me deleting my Twitter, I got a message saying, hey, Terry just made fun of, just screenshot of this from your Twitter. I'm like, I just deleted it. I was like,
I just on Twitter because I was following you and then you disappeared on me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? Oh, I need to, Davida, don't get mad. I think I need to unblock you. I thought you were maybe one of the people. I didn't know who was all in this Discord. Oh, I need to unblock Davida. I probably blocked you. I have to check afterwards, but just know it wasn't on purpose. It wasn't it wasn't on purpose. I just, in the moment, I was just trying to look at people who I'm like, block. I don't know who they are, but they seem to comment a lot. Block. I don't want these people. Block. I was like, so I will definitely unblock you because that has to be it. Yeah. So sorry about that.
For you, because I hear you talking about Twitter, and I'm just like, wait, but I don't see you.
Oh, you have it. Oh, hold on. Let me do this right now while I have you on here, because that has to be the case. Let me see if that's what happened. Settings and privacy, privacy and safety, mute and block. Blocked. So I have 36 blocked accounts. Let me see. Are you on there?
It's the
oh yes, you are. Shoot. Okay. Okay, you are unblocked.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
I was looking, I'm like, where are you?
I'm so sorry.
Where did she go?
I'm sorry. I was going through, I was just like,
they were putting me through it.
Because it's a bunch of them and I'm only one person. So I have to when they go on the attack, they go on the attack. So I don't know. Not with me, but
now you have backup.
No, but it's even it's so funny because they can't speak, so they'll have their friends. I spoke to, so they have their friends speak for them. They're like, "Is that the best you got? I could keep going." I'm like, "Huh?" I was like, "What the best you got? Keep going." I remember I talked to this chick. Her name is Cap. So I talked to Cap too. This Twitter account named Cap, and I remember she used to follow me because I think she talked to me about a lipstick that I was wearing. But I guess she's one of them. And she was like, "Is that the best you got? I'm from Oxford. Keep going." And I'm like, "I go to Oxford." That's what she said. I'm like, "Okay. What am I going with? Just what?" I just kept talking smack, but I did apologize for antagonizing. The only thing I apologized for this weekend was antagonizing them because it did cause apparently a lot of stress, anxiety, all that stuff. And so I do apologize for that, but I'm sorry, man. because I did feel bad. I knew what I was doing, but I also felt like I had to do it because these people, it's like, it's literally their way or the highway. That's what
Yeah.
it seems like. And
Yeah.
it sucks because I really wish that people would talk to both parties, both parties, and to really get to like the bottom of everything. So yeah, but they are the bullied who became the bullies. That's a perfect name for them, honestly. So,
Mhm.
but you said that you don't think they're victims. So I don't know, but I do,
Yeah,
I think to a point.
like the situations like they were describing in those like Twitter threads, like some situations, like yeah, I can see it, but then like they were one of them was talking about a situation where they were thinking about using and they called Alicia to
Mhm.
help them, and Alicia came over, took the drugs from them, and walked out, and somehow that makes her a bad person. And I'm just like, it sounds like she saved you
Mhm.
from a bad situation. So what's the problem? Why are we using this to make her seem like a she devil? Like, I mean,
Um,
she wasn't the most. She didn't do it in the most graceful, tactful way. She did it in a hard love sort of way. But that's how some recovering addicts that go through AA and A, some of them
um,
have that tough love sort of
mhm.
stance when it comes to dealing with addiction and stuff like that. So
Well, I think another part to that story, though, what I'm hearing more of is them saying after this person left, Alicia actually talked about this person. That's why people who struggle through like drug addiction, they had a problem with Alicia because apparently she had talked shit about this person after they had left. Apparently that was the story that I heard. But either way, it's like, okay, I'm hurt and I'm going to go honestly when I'm hurt and what I'm saying is that them gravitating towards each other for hurt is so toxic. Like when I'm hurt, especially if it's something really truly online, I talk to my mom. I'm about to be 30 this month. I will call up my mom at any time. I can call her right now. It's like almost 2 a.m. and she will pick up. I understand not everyone has their mom, but what I'm saying is that them using each other as a support group, I think was the most toxic thing ever. I do. And so and they get mad. Oh, here she goes talking about us again. Well, shit, stop bringing shit up. Then there she goes talking about us again, talking about us. Like, yeah, because you guys are toxic AF too, and it sucks because it's not the popular tone to take with victims, right? Because it's not because that's why channels who kind of stay in the lines, they're only going to talk about the victims here. But what happens when the victims also become the abusers? No one is talking about that. And that's the thing. Like, I never in a million, and people may think, oh, maybe she did this on person, but I never in a million years thought I was joining a Discord with ex mods, but I stayed because I wanted to genuinely make friends. And I realized real quick, that's not it. So I don't know.
and
Like,
then another situation, um, the Discord for recovering addicts, they brought up that she wanted to charge like $10 or something for it. And from my understanding from reading that message or whatever, that thread, it wasn't even her idea to charge $10 for it. Someone else suggested it. So it's just like, why are we using this to make her the bad person? It wasn't even her idea and it was never implemented. So it's just like,
but they're trying to, so they get desperate and they try to use anything
and
that's a win.
and that's why I can't take them seriously anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I
Like,
just
I know it's kind of like, are you really hurt or is this just enough? To me, I felt like in the very beginning they were super hurt, super hurt. And then at a certain point, you know, when they're attacking people on Twitter that don't align with their opinions, when they're going after Alicia's like personal people who she knows in her own life through her Instagram, to me, it kind of felt like entertainment value. It felt like revenge, and it felt just like, hey, we want to have fun with this. We're gonna make memes, haha. We're gonna do all this. Like, look at her, she did this. And the only time these people, the mods, would actually comment in the Discord really was when it was about Hello Leash. That's the only time. So, you know, I just.
And I kind of feel bad for her, kinda, because essentially she's right. They did win. They did win.
I know. And then you see people saying, that's your problem, Alicia, because this was never a game. They always have a thing for everything. They gotta she's like, okay, she could be, and that's the thing. Have her have an apology. The perfect analogy that was said to me this weekend, and it fits perfectly. They got mad at anyone having an opinion in the beginning when we were only given a few pages of this book. You know, if they were going to state this, I'm sorry, but we needed the whole entire book. They're giving us a few pages because they don't want us to be done with the book. They want us, and they want to hold on to it because once the book is done, then what? And that's what the problem is. Once this fucking book is done, the scary thing is, the real scary thing is, then what? What are we going to obsess over next? What are we going to talk about? And, you know, so that's really the perfect analogy that was, that I had a conversation with someone this weekend that fits perfectly. So they even got mad when they didn't share. Well, you don't know the whole story. Well, then fucking share it. Shit. Like,
make a video.
Yeah. Like, oh, well, we don't want this type of attention. You already got this type of attention. Like, what do you mean? Like, you don't want this type of, like, stop with the, we don't want this, or I have a life. Then live your life. You have a life, live it. Like, what the heck?
No, they don't have lives because they're always on Twitter talking about this. Like, every day, all day.
Always. So many people were like, girl, what did you do? What did you do? And I'm like, well, so many, AKA like 4, but still, that was enough. And I was like, oh. Because I couldn't see anything. So I didn't even realize like it was like that, but oh well. But yeah, I really wish someone would come in and really, because I don't know, I can't, I don't want them to think I'm using this for clout. I shouldn't really even care what they think at this point. I really shouldn't. But I really am not using this for clout. This is the channel I would love to talk about Hello Leash on, not my other channel. You know, I just don't, what more can I possibly say other than the victims are also the abusers. The bullied are also now the bullies. You know, that's what it is. And they don't want to be called that because that's not who they are. They are mental health advocates. They are, you know, really nice people. They believe in mental health serious and how they just care about everyone. They're loving people. You know, they say I love yous enough to each other that they have to be nice people. They smile and everything like that. And they, you know what I mean? Like, give it a
Their
rest.
love support comes with conditions. And the condition is you have to go along with everything they say. Point blank period, done.
You have to go along with everything. That's the thing. I didn't. Like, I remember I went into, it's funny, when I didn't know what Discords was, at the same day, I went into this Discord. Then I went into Hello Leash Discord. I went to the Discord and I was like, so is this a cult, guys? And Hello Leash is, and I was excited to know. I was like, and then people just didn't, and then I don't know what, oh yeah, I realized that people from this Discord, I felt like we're still in that Discord, so then I didn't want to say anything in that Discord, so then I just exited out of Hello Leash Discord, if that makes sense. But yeah, toxic. So I mean, I'm glad at least I'm not alone in like saying like, hey, what leash? I don't think anyone. That's the thing. I don't think anyone is saying. No one is raising their hand saying that what Hello Leash did was okay. No one's raising their hand for that.
No.
I think what people are saying is that, and they don't want to hear it, is that they've become the problem as well. And that's hard to accept, you know? So, yeah.
They turned Gabby Hanna stance.
Now I feel, you know who I feel really sad for now? Gabby Hanna. I will say that, because if this is just a little bit of what the people, mind you, this is just a Discord. So this is even the huge fan base, because these are just the mods, right? These are just the mods. So could you imagine what the actual fans are?
Yeah.
Fuck. You know, fuck.
I can see how this can be crazy making. Like everything, like your every move, your every word is scrutinized and twisted to turn into like this whole like negative thing to like be weaponized against you. Like it's crazy making. So I can kind of understand why she kind of turned out the way that she did.
Yeah. And it's almost, I had a conversation with someone else too, and it's almost as if she at some point became making, and she's even admitted it, she started making content for what her audience want, and then they ended up controlling her, you know. And that's what I had a conversation with that, and I was like, oh, you made a really good point. And another point is that never mind, I don't want to say that. I'm trying to, ever since I said my thing about Gabby Hanna, I'm not trying to like say something on live and like regret it later. But yeah, I want someone else. I beg of a YouTuber who's bigger than me to literally get this right, have their stories. Because even when they went on Xylee, you know, they sounded like a victim because they were a victim, and they are victims. But I mean, Udoka, you're like, like they didn't really get hurt. No, you said it too, Levita. But yeah,
I don't see it. I see it as Alicia didn't set proper boundaries, and they kind of took things a little too deep or something like that, thinking shit stuff was
serious.
Yeah.
Like this sounded really weird to me when one mod was saying, I don't feel like the other mod is doing their job right, so can we fire this mod? I'm like, what? Isn't it? I just learned what a mod was like 5 months ago. So what? Like I thought a mod, their only thing was maybe they'll help you here and there with deleting the negative comments. And okay, I thought helping with the Discord was kind of weird, but okay, help with the Discord. But what? You thought a mod was not doing their job, so you wanted them fired? Like, say that out loud. You know what I mean? It sounded, when you say that out loud and you actually hear it in a sentence, it sounds obsessive. That itself sounds obsessive. You know what I mean? Like, I've never heard of that in my life. So I don't know. It sounded, just the way how they even told the story, it just sounded so weird. So like the whole dynamic, like you wanted someone fired because they weren't deleting enough comments, deleting, not setting enough comments in the Discord. Like what, do they not put a category up for like, it just, you know, it sounds obsessive to me.
Well, all I know is like sometimes a model get fired for being overzealous with deleting comments.
Okay.
So maybe that was the situation. Someone was being a little too extra with that. Because I know I remember watching a live of Alicia's where she had to tell a mod to chill out.
Oh.
Out. So maybe that was it.
That's even weird. Like, like, okay, then Alicia, how about you just delete them? Like, I don't know. To me, it seems like they were, and I think you said it, validation. It's sad, you know, the whole thing is sad. I think, and even I wanted validation, I think, when I joined that Discord. Like I wanted I wanted to genuinely make friends. That's what I really
Like we
wanted.
all do. Like
Yeah.
I'm getting a little validation from
Yeah, like right.
So-
But at a certain point, even though I wanted like validation, I also have a limit. I also have a line, and I'm like, if I feel like someone crosses it, I'm out. So I don't know. Like I feel bad for them. I think they should just. I hope Alicia comes back, and I hope they just stop with the bullying. Enough is enough. Their whole thing is you can't tell them how to react, but I just feel like enough is enough. So
yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of hers anymore because I got tired of the Gabby content. But she should definitely come back, and she should also just stop talking about them. Just go back to the regular content, the deep dive, and
so. But here's the thing: I think what people are missing too. I do believe that she should stop talking about them. I truly 100%, 1000% believe in that. But behind the scenes, they're doing so many things to where it's so hard for her to not to stop talking about them. Because as she's talking, and they say, well, she has a platform. We don't. As I'm watching.
You have Twitter, and you
Right.
can use it religiously. Stop that.
Yes. Preach, Davida. That's what I'm. Yes, because
and then another thing is your reach on Twitter is a lot greater than hers on Patreon. So who's doing the most damage? Come on, like no. No,
exactly.
I'm so done with it. It's so stupid.
It is definitely so stupid because like their whole thing is just how she has a platform. But my whole thing is the reason why I believe that and this is something I never said because I was just like trying to keep their privacy, but the reason why I truly felt like she wouldn't stop talking about them is because behind the scenes, I was watching them do the shit that I've already, explained in this live. So to me, I always felt like, why would she stop talking about you when you are still and she knows like them individually who are doing it. So why would so she's going to talk about you guys individually who are, stalking her on the Instagram stuff. She's going to talk about you when you try to contact her personal friends on Instagram, when you try to personally attack, Skip. And I'm just using her as an example because that's the one that comes to my mind when I think about it. And I think about the conversations that I saw in the Discord of them. Oh yeah, let's do it. Let's go. You know what I mean? So I hate it when they're just like, oh, well, we want her to stop. Okay, well, y'all stop the shit you're doing behind the scenes then, if that's the case. And that's what I wanted to say too. So Melissa goes, no one can tell them how to react emotionally, but what they do with those emotions and how they handle themselves because of them, that's on them. So, yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like at a certain point, there's a reaction, but your reaction can only go so far. So I don't know if we're saying the same thing, but because you can react, you can tell your truth, tell your story, get it out loud. But to sit there and do all of this stalking nonsense and shit, it's like, that's uncalled for. How does that help your case? You all ganging up on one person who doesn't align with your opinions. So,
like, I didn't even know that they were bullying people on like her friend list and stuff. Like,
there was one person, I remember Alicia was writing it in the stories one time about one of them contacting like her friends from her hometown, like her friends. Yeah. But they don't care. And then I remember at the same time in the Discord, they were like all laughing at, oh, Alicia's on Instagram. She just posted ill. She needs, you know what I mean? And when you tell someone to leave, what exactly are you telling them to? When you telling them that they're Satan, what exactly are you telling them? You know what I mean? When they say all these things, they preach about mental health, but what exactly are you telling someone? Not when you have to be careful when you tell someone to like leave and like you're Satan, and I just can't remember all the mean stuff, but it was just very, very hypocritical to me. So. And Melissa goes, yes, I agree with you. Everyone needs to go their different corners to figure out how to move forward now. That's what I'm trying to say. But Melissa, they
don't want.
No, they don't want to. That's the thing, because they purposely, I kind of feel like they're like slowly leaking stuff. They're saying they don't want to mention this about her. They don't want to say this about her. And what they're doing is a perfect, and I'll repeat this because I don't think maybe you were here, Melissa, but I said over the weekend, I had a conversation with someone who said it perfectly. They said in the beginning, they got mad at people for reacting when they only received a few pages of the book, whereas they're purposely, giving the pages slowly because they don't want us to finish reading the book. Because after the book is done, I think they're like, shit, what do we obsess over now? They don't want us to finish reading the book. That's what I truly believe. So, and it was perfectly said this weekend. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. And yes, they're hurt. Yes, they're victims. But I mean, in my opinion, I believe that they are victims, but I believe the victims became the abusers. So, yeah. Yeah. Udoka, you're on mute. You're like, I'm out of this conversation.
Well, y'all are covering it all.
I know. I'm just, do you have a little bit more of understanding than you did before?
Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, for sure.
Are you just saying that?
No, I mean, it just literally, the more you speak about it, the more useless, unimportant, like the more I don't care. I don't, it just seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what Davida was saying, I don't know. It just seems. Yeah. I don't know.
Because the stuff is so like little, but they're blowing it up. Where it's like this big thing, and it's really not, and that's why I don't see them as victims. Like I just don't.
But for like, I don't know. I can get on the bandwagon that they are victims. I just think that enough, and I know you can't tell people how to react, but what they're doing, I think they should stop and find another healthy alternative. Melissa goes, I told a creator friend of mine to tread lightly because it felt like that community liked to put creators on pedestals and then tear them down and move on to the next.
Yeah.
That is true. They do. They cherish them. They, preach them out loud. Yeah. And then they put her on, you know what I mean? Like they want you to be in. If they see you that you're a little they want you in. And then once you don't agree with them, something happens, you get boring, they move on. And you know what it is? You know what it is too? I think at the same time that they're hating on her, stalking her, I think a part of them, is mad that they're not, who's ever talking to her, they're kind of jealous in a way. I feel like they're like, oh, how dare you talk to her? How dare you be in reach with her or something? I don't know. I just don't know. Or maybe not jealous. I don't know what, I can't figure out why the obsession is so I know why. It's because they're all together, and I think with them, they're like a cult, and it's like a, one opinion group thing type of ordeal, and they just should not be using each other for a support system, if you ask me. And I don't care anymore.
Nelly and Fat Sajak need to watch their backs because they might be next.
I don't know. I mean, Fat Sajak doesn't like me. No one in that group likes me, actually, but I don't know. Even when Fat Sajak, I don't understand how, like, she seems like a smart individual, and I don't understand how she was even down with that stuff. I don't get it. I don't get why I was like the only one who was like, no, this isn't, like, this is bad. Like, it's like when you're a little kid and you see something that's bad, you don't do it and you go away. It's like, I don't know. I don't understand how
Especially since she jumped off the Gabby hate wagon, like,
Oh, yeah.
and kind of denounced it. And it's like, how can you not see the similarities? Why aren't you denouncing this?
Because I think it's kind of, and that's the thing. I'm not saying she is. I'm not speaking for her. But what I'm saying is, it's hard to leave that group. It's because, you know what I mean? It's hard to leave that because these people, they like to say that they're, nice and stuff, but it's not even that. It's just you kind of feel like you have, like, not me, but I can see someone feeling like they would have, I can see a person feeling like they would have some type of responsibility because they spoke up for them. Like, Fat Shay Jack was speaking up for them. Like, I purposely was ignoring her chats when she was asking me questions in that live because I really didn't want to, I don't know, I didn't want to really talk to her because I was just like, do you really believe this? Like, do you, like, I don't know. I think anyone who watches Smokey Glow, you have to have, like, common sense, because she makes common sense. And so I'm just referring because I just saw her video today on it. So that's why I've been using her as an example through this. But I don't get it. And I think maybe it's because when you have all these people praising you, like the same thing with Malcolm. I think, a lot of people praises him. And so I feel like he would never, ever, ever in a million years turn their back on him, turn his back on them. And hates me, but I still feel like he would never, because
That's the majority of his fan base now.
yeah, I mean, in the Discord, it was like the king has arrived. It was, yes, the man has arrived every single time he entered the Discord. The king has arrived. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, okay, I like Malcolm, but I can't be, I'm not doing that. But, you know what I mean? It was just weird. But, Melissa goes, like you said about your motivations for going into that Discord. People went there to contribute a lot of themselves, seek support, make friends, etc. Lots of emotions there and lots of emotion there. Yeah, but it's also a lot of, like, you could be emotional, and I just think it's gone too far. Yeah, but yeah, all righties.
I talk too much. I'm sorry. I
No,
kept you
no,
on.
you didn't. No, you didn't. Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you, because you definitely gave Udoka and me some more, like, perspective. I'm like, yeah. But yeah, Udoka, I mean, I'm pretty much sure she's coming out feeling the same way she came in feeling, but at least she knows a little bit more about it. So yeah, but yeah. But,
Yes,
oh my
and you're
gosh.
first caller in to that
Yeah.
5%.
I know that 5%.
So, letting me call in. This was fun.
Yeah, this was so much fun. Thank you, Davida. Thank you, everyone, for
First time calling in ever on anybody's live stream. So yeah.
what? Man, we feel so bomb right now. Like, say what? We feel so bomb right now. Thank you, Davida, for calling in. I really also appreciate everyone who commented, entered in the chat. Thank you, Melissa. We thank you earlier, but I think you bounced, but you came back. So that's awesome. But thank you, Melissa. Thanks for watching. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, everybody who was watching this. Yeah. But we're about to go to bed. It's like 2:23 a.m. And this was a really good live. And we're almost 5 hours. Holy cow. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for watching. And we will see you soon on the next live. Yeah. Bye, guys. Bye.